Good morning, members. Representative Kinner.
Here.
Representative Larson. Here. Representative Schwartz. Representative Simpson.
Here.
Representative Stiff.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Guru. Here. Senator Hicks. Here. Senator Kinski.
Excused for a second.
Senator Steinmetz. Co-Chairman Nicholas. Chairman Perkins.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Well, members, here we are with, we finished today and we're going to the home stretch after today. So we're rounding the far curve. The first thing on our agenda this morning is a Craig presentation. So we'd like to welcome Don Richards and Kevin Hibbert. Glad to have you. So we'll turn it over to you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I believe you have 3 physical documents, and all of these are also posted online. You have the traditional green Craig report. You have the traditional yellow goldenrod, and you also have a 11 by 14 inch tabloid size profile. Those should be identical to the gold version, only larger font.
Is that for your benefit because it's late at night and you couldn't see anymore, or is that for our benefit? We just need.
I think it helps several people.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Don Richards. I'm before you as the co-chairman of the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, or CREG. I try to make that distinction between the service to you as LSO staff and my service on CREG. To my left, your right, is Kevin Hibbert, who is the co-chairman of CREG for the executive branch, and want to thank both Kevin and his team for taking the lead in the January meeting and the initial draft of the January report. In particular, to Dr. Winland Liu with the Economic Analysis Division for his efforts. In addition, on our staff, I appreciate the assistance of Dean Tempte, who prepared the goldenrod as well as the appendices to the Craig report, and Leanne Hogue and Matt Wilmarth for their reviews. Of course, the whole Craig team, many of which you have seen recently, such as Jason Crowder, who was before you on Wednesday, or Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue, Deputy Edie Troutwine, and Dr. Aaron Campbell were also all before you. I often try to reflect on our revenues, and will paraphrase a quote with that reflection. The goal of forecasting is not to predict the future, but to tell you or assist policymakers as to what is important in order to take meaningful action in the present. Nearly every major revenue stream is at or ahead of pace as compared to our October revenue forecast. Some of those only slightly ahead or just barely ahead. And I would include an asterisk there. For this January Craig report, we did not have the traditional benefit of actual investment information. This Craig report relies solely on the forecast provided to us, but unfortunately, the actual information continues to be delayed. COVID has provided a bitter lesson to forecasters, and that is humility. And because of that uncertainty, you will not see bold predictions in this January report. There were really 5 revenue streams that were modified in this report. Oil, we increased the price from $60 per barrel to $65 per barrel for calendar year 21, which is complete, but we still don't have the final numbers. In truth, we expect that to be around 63, but we round up in $5 increments, so we have been a little bit aggressive there on the oil price. We also significantly increased new well volume. That really doesn't have anything or has very little to do with the revenue forecast, but it is important to us for potential fiscal notes. In particular, there was legislation adopted, I believe, 2 years ago, which provided a severance tax incentive that is price dependent for new oil production at the time of first production. And our new well volume for last calendar year has been increased from 3.3 million barrels to 8 million barrels. So that's a significant increase. Unfortunately, we were unable to change the total production because the legacy wells are declining at such a rate. So our total production remained the same, but our new. So this doesn't have almost anything to do with the revenue forecast at these prices, but it's an important ingredient if there are pieces of legislation that modify that severance tax incentive. So oil, we modestly increased the price. Moving on to natural gas, we increased the price from calendar year 2021 from $4.40 to $4.75, an increase of 35 cents. Again, we're very comfortable with that. It is possible that the final numbers end up somewhat higher than that, as opposed to oil, which could end up somewhat lower. However, the divergence in the eastern side of the state and the western side of the state is becoming increasingly important. There are days where the differential between Opal oil that is produced primarily on the western side of the state and Cheyenne hub oil that natural gas produced primarily on the eastern side of the state, think Converse County, is well over $1 per MCF difference. So we're seeing that divergence, which is adding some complexity.
Go ahead. Mr. Vice President first.
Don, what are the production differentials? So there's a price differential, and just in round percentages, are we 60% on the west, 40% going through, 60% of our revenue generating natural gas going through Opal versus 40%? I'm just trying to get a sense of if this is higher value over here, does it have a bigger fiscal impact? Or is it because it's such a small percentage of the total that it really doesn't add that much to the revenue? So what is that rough percentage? Do we know?
Mr. Chairman, we actually did discuss that in Craig, and a majority of our gas is on the western side sold through Opal. It's not easy enough to say 60-40 or something like that because we do have natural gas production in Fremont County and other basins, but the majority is going through Opal. Mr. Chairman, moving on with natural gas, we also increased the total production by 20 million MCF from 1.35 trillion to 1.37 trillion MCF per year for calendar year 2021. Again, a positive improvement, but rather modest in the grand scheme of things. And then finally, with respect to natural gas, we also modified the new well gas sold, which has a very limited effect and is the same issue with oil that I previously discussed, where the declines are a bit steeper than we had anticipated, and the new gas is increasing at a bit higher rate. We've increased that 23 million MCF from 12.4 to 35 million MCF per year for calendar year 2021. With respect to coal, we have increased the surface coal price by 5 million tons in the current calendar year. So looking forward in calendar year 2022, based upon our expectations and really the continued strength in the natural gas price, we're anticipating another decent year of coal, certainly at substantially lower levels than 2008. But our total would be at 230 million tons as opposed to 225 million tons. So a modest increase there. And then finally, for the underground coal operation, there's only one of them. That facility closed this fall. And candidly, when we made our October estimate, we weren't sure whether they were going to close at the beginning of one month or at the end of another. And so we have added 400,000 short tons to our production for calendar year 2021. And then, of course, that entire production facility goes to zero for the balance of the forecast. So again, rather modest changes in coal. I will pause here and comment on something that is not in the report. Our Craig committee elected not to modify the coal price. We have seen better than 2 months now of spot coal price for PRB 8,800 BTU coal in excess of $30 per ton. We have reached out to the producers and others, and we have some optimism that there will be a short-term increase in total price. However, For our calendar year 2021, we are actually behind on our price. So even if we get, say, $16 or $17 coal in November and December, which are not reported yet, we're still going to be right in the neighborhood of our calendar year price. And keep in mind, volumes matter. So if you have a very small volume, even sold at a higher price, $30 per ton, that has to balance out many more tons that are selling at $10, $11, $12 per ton. It's a positive story for coal in the short term, but it is not something we anticipate will be long-lived.
Yes, Representative Larson.
Thank you. These spot coal prices, are they going out on short-term contracts, or are they multi-year contracts that it's being sold at?
Mr. Chairman, we are hearing that there are contracts, but I would refer that there would be rather modest in terms of the duration, maybe 12-month type contracts. And I think they are, some of the producers are able to benefit from these because of their expiration of their contracts, and others are not. So it is not necessarily something that every producer will benefit from.
All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman, the next change shifts to pooled income, and that is our state agency pool and the legislative stabilization reserve account, which is separately invested, have both increased. For fiscal year 22, we increased the total income from those accounts by 5.1 million, for 23 by 4.8 million, for 24 by 4.6 million, and the last biennium 25 and 26 by 2.2 million per fiscal year. So a little bit of additional increase there. The state agency pool we anticipate will benefit somewhat from higher rates as the markets, the financial markets, fixed income markets change. However, most of this is actually a result of more revenues being able to be invested. So more investable revenues rather than higher rate. And I'd shift if Kevin wants to insert a statement here. He was able to work with the state treasurer's office in identifying the potential cash flow for the ARPA funds, which, unlike the CARES funds, the state of Wyoming gets to benefit from any investment earnings.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Kevin Hibbers, Director of State Budget Department. If you recall, we developed a cash flow for the ARPA funds, and recall that we got $1,068,000,000, but we only received one half of that in cash up front. So in that perspective, what we did is we developed what we thought was a conservative approach to how much money that we could put into long term and get a better return, and we've done that with the state treasurer's office. And once we finish the legislative session and we understand what the appropriations are, then we will work with the agencies to see what the cash flow expectations are, and we'll perform that once again and continue to provide more funding for investment, including what we believe would be in the second half of the tranche, the other $500 million.
Mr. Chairman, the fifth change, 5 of 6 changes in this January revenue forecast, is an increase in the amount of anticipated penalties and interest from fiscal year 2022, so the current fiscal year. The vast majority of penalties and interest come from the extractive industries, penalties and interest related to severance taxes. And there was a single payment that was not anticipated. So we have incorporated that into our forecast and increased it from, I believe, 4.1 million to 6.1 million, a $2 million increase. Let me double check that. Excuse me, 4.5 million to 6.5 million, a $2 million increase from penalties and interest. And then finally, our sixth change to the revenue forecast relates to state royalties, again related to higher oil and gas prices primarily. And for a refresher, recall that 2/3 of state royalties are deposited into the permanent common school income or common school account, and then 1/3 is deposited into a separate account and subsequently flows to the school capital construction account. We've increased our estimate for the current fiscal year from 92 million to 102 million, or a $10 million increase. Again, 3.3 million of that would go to the school CapCon account. 6.7 million of that would be deposited into the permanent fund. So as you can see, 6 changes to the Craig report, all of which are rather modest. So now the bottom line, or the punchline, if you will, and all of those taken together increase the fiscal year 22, fiscal year 23, and fiscal year 24, 3 fiscal years, by $38.5 million for the general fund and budget reserve account. $38.5 million available for appropriation or for savings as determined by the legislature. Moving to the school side, there were a number of changes, additional reversions in the amount of roughly $7 million. Changes to the model, not only the enrollment that increased, as many of you have heard, the enrollment is up 54 students in this school year, but where those students are located also makes a significant difference. And as they shift among school districts have the option of using the highest of either the 3-year average or the prior year. And so those 54 students have a modest impact, but where those students are and the shifts among small districts that were providing remote education and many of the what I'll call home districts, which are actually larger, will increase the school foundation program model funding. In addition, we update the health insurance based upon actual usage, not necessarily cost, because we've really already incorporated that reduction of 6%. But we do look at the family type, so whether or not they are singles or family members, and that ended up with an increase. So net, you will see on page 4 of the profile, and I will walk you through 5 or 10 minutes on the profile. But as to the revenues, lines 9 increased $13 million in revenue, line 9 on page 4 in the current biennium, and roughly $5 million in the subsequent biennium, 23-24. That totals $18 million rounded grossly. As well as on line 11, you will see $7.6 million of reversions. And if you add up all of that, it's right at $25 million of additional revenue, either through a reversion deposit or through our increase in estimated revenue. Now, if you slide down to line 20, you will be able to see the increased expenditures. And again, I'm on page 4, line 20, and you can see in the current biennium, our estimate changed from a positive $8 million or $8 million in excess to a positive $3 million, or a decline of $4.8 million. I'll just call that 5 for easy math. A increase in anticipated expenditures of $5 million for the current biennium. And then if you shift over to the right in cell N20, you will see an increase in anticipated expenditures of $20.39 million. So 4.83 and 20.39, you get about 25 million. So it just happens to almost offset exactly the increased revenues from line 10 and 11 and the increased anticipated costs on line 20. $25 million across both bienniums, more revenue and higher anticipated costs. So on the school foundation program, it's essentially a net to zero with some rounding. Given the governor's structure of his budget, there's really one number on the entire profile where all things funnel together. It's almost a little extraordinary. So you have the general fund, and anything in excess of the general fund is found in the BRA, or the budget reserve account. Anything in excess of the budget reserve account funnels at the end of the biennium to the LSRA. So everything from general operations, and we do have a surplus on that side of the portfolio, funnels into the LSRA. On the school side, you have a number of things going on. Number one, let me direct your attention to page 3, the bottom of the page. The School Foundation Program Reserve Account, page 3 of the fiscal profile. And the reason I want to visit a little bit about this is you will see in column L, there was a balance of $433,000, and the governor has elected to sweep that to assist in the school capital construction funding. And that has jumped up to $4 million. Well, something a little bit odd happened with this minor increases in oil price, minor increases in natural gas prices. We hit the cap that you had implemented 2 years ago. So in 2020, we were sitting here and we had that secondary cap in a section 300 in the severance tax. This cap is only good for 1 year, and we've hit that cap. So now 50% of anything over that secondary cap is deposited into the School Foundation Program Reserve Account, and you will see that in the form of a $3.6 million increase. It also says if we are wrong, which we could very well be, if Craig is wrong and oil prices remain at their elevated levels, I believe that WTI was trading at over $82 a barrel this morning. That would translate into a high $70 per barrel oil in Wyoming. And if it's sustained at that level, half of all of that severance tax will be deposited in this account, as opposed to its traditional distribution of 1/3 to the general fund, 2/3 to the budget reserve. It's kind of honestly a little bit remarkable because 2 years ago, this was before COVID, January of 2020, our estimate was 3.6 million within this level here. A lot has happened in that 2 years, and we're kind of right back where we started with just dancing around, if you will, that second. In any event, getting back to the larger story, how it all funnels to the LSRA, all of this money, all of this excess money gets moved to the School Foundation Program. And you will see that as it appears on page 4, line 51. And it's the transfer from the School Foundation Program Reserve Account. And you will see that bump up of $3.6 million. You'll also see on line 43, easily identified there, that's the increase in the $3.3 million from state royalties. So all of this excess money in the school capital construction account, pursuant to the governor's recommendation, reduce the supplement or subsidy from the LSRA. So my story is kind of building towards it all kind of goes into the LSRA, either excesses from the general fund or additional subsidy or lower subsidy on the school side. One final point, and that relates to the School Foundation Program, and how much subsidy is needed from the LSRA appears on page 4, line 14. And you can see that in the current biennium, there is a lower subsidy. 243 million was our October estimate, and that has been reduced by about 15 million to 228 million. And then it is somewhat higher in the subsequent 23-24 biennium, increasing from 147 rounded to $163 million rounded. So those almost offset each other. The point being is that also funnels into the LSRA. So the conclusion of this long-winded story can be seen on page 7. And this summary page was added primarily by Representative Wilson for her time when there was a small subcommittee on JAC that reformed a portion of the profile. So if you flip to page 7, this is a summary of all changes from the January Craig. And on line 34, the far right column, $44.8 million. So So that's the all-in number. That incorporates all of our changes from the school side on schools capital construction, that secondary cap on severance taxes, the increased money from general fund, the increased money from the budget reserve account, and all of our changes incorporated increase the bottom line by $44.8 million to the LSRA. And I would argue that is perhaps the most important number of the day for your members and colleagues. Referring back, about 38.5 of that, 38.5 million of this is attributable to strict general fund budget reserve increased revenues. That balance is primarily due to the school foundation program reserve and the school CapCon, and SFP almost balances itself out. It's different fiscal years, but their net total is about zero. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So Don, I want to go back to your first statement. And I'll kind of walk it through us in layman's terms. What do you normally receive from the treasurer's office? And what did you receive? And just explain how, what impact that has on what your forecasting is.
Mr. Chairman, in a typical fiscal year, we receive monthly emails from the treasurer's office regarding the deposits of interest and dividend income. I think due to some staff turnover, those emails have not been provided either to the Economic Analysis Division or to LSO.
And the emails have what? What are they?
They have interest and dividends by account. And those funds were, or those communications basically ceased. I believe our last receipt was in August for the July income. So we're missing, about 5 months of those interest and dividend summaries. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, we use their monthly portfolio update. The last portfolio update was in September of 2021. Arguably by this time, you should have at least through November. And going back to prior years, occasionally we would even have December's by now. That shows all of the realized and unrealized capital gains, both by account as well as by investment source. So equities versus fixed income versus alternatives, real estate, international bonds, et cetera. And unfortunately, we don't have that information so typically we would report to you if there were sizable realized losses or realized gains, and at least advise you that we're likely well ahead of our 5% spending policy or well behind our 5% spending policy. And unfortunately, we don't have the information to share with you with respect to that. So in lieu of that, we relied more heavily upon the state treasurer's office forecasts for just interest and dividends, nothing to do with capital gains or losses, realized or unrealized. And they have I would describe it as a very sophisticated model that uses a survey information from all of our external managers as well as their internal information. And they calculate by fund the amount of yield, interest and dividends, as well as the anticipated investable funds. So we relied heavily on that. And we did have a robust discussion about that. But at the end of the day, we felt comfortable including those estimates. And you saw that with the increase in the SAP or the state agency pool previously mentioned.
And so Don, I'm curious, that information is used and provided to the state auditor in order to complete the CAFRs, right?
Mr. Chairman, similar information is, yes, the CAFR information is actually even further in what I would say arrears. So the CAFR information that is not available is for fiscal year 2021. And we did discuss that. We don't know if there are adjustments related to last fiscal year. If and for example, there was an adjustment that we mentioned in the report. I didn't mention in my verbal comments, unrelated to investment income. But for example, the Department of Revenue made a deposit to the 1% severance tax account. Or excuse me, they made the deposit to the general fund and budget reserve and should have made it to the 1% severance tax account. So you'll see there was a fairly modest, $2 million adjustment, and it got distributed somewhat differently. That was identified through a review of the fiscal year 21 data. We don't have the ability to see what those findings are or adjustments, if any. There may be none with respect to investment income distributions for last fiscal year. I think there was some concern and some discussion if any of those are material. If there are $5 million, $10 million adjustments, the money should have been in the general fund and it was perhaps deposited in the school foundation program. Something happened, that sort of thing. And I'm not suggesting it did. What I'm suggesting is we don't know.
And so what happens if the CAFR doesn't get completed by the honors office by the end of the month?
Mr. Chairman, I would certainly defer to them. So I will be somewhat cautious in my statements. I believe that they will request an extension beyond even the end of this month. And I believe they were successful in that extension last year. 2 extensions in a row. The first thing is perhaps minor, but I think we would no longer be viewed by external organizations as meeting the highest standards of our annual reports. And I'm not saying we wouldn't receive that distinction, which we have for, I think, 14 or 15 straight years, maybe 16 straight years. That is basically a designation by a third party as to the quality of our accounting. The material impact that I see as a potential is a reduced bond rating in the event that the state desires to access the fixed income markets for industrial revenue bonds or for UW bonds, although they just went out on the market for their residential halls. Those types of things, or the state, if we wanted to use bond mechanism for a large capital construction project because it was financially beneficial to the state, our rating may not be as high of a quality. I'm not suggesting any of those things are going to happen. I'm suggesting with further delays, that is a possibility.
So last year there was a delay past January 30th. How long did it take them to get it in?
Mr. Chairman, I don't recall, but I will mention we did receive our designation of among the highest quality, even with that delay last year.
But the issue is 2 times in a row. It's a different concept. So, and with your discussions, Kevin, with the treasurer's office, did they give an estimated time when they're going to get this done?
Mr. Chairman, no. We have requested the information like Don has said. It was important for the analytics and the Craig, and then we used the investment income. We just stuck with the estimates there. But I don't have any expectation of when the proposal will arrive.
So the overall difference or impact on Craig is.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think the best way that I would describe this is it's the equivalent of changing your severance tax forecast, but not knowing what you collected from July through November, or changing your sales and use tax forecast, but not knowing how the Christmas holiday season or the tourism season was this fall. It's an increased level of uncertainty, not knowing what our actuals are to date.
So how often has this happened in the past, in the last 20 or 30 years?
Mr. Chairman, there have certainly been delays from time to time. I think we have been fortunate those prior delays have occurred in the spring as opposed to in the fall. So I don't recall not having this information for the January, Craig. It might be a month less or a month better detail, but not the duration that we're talking about now.
So, you know, it sounds to me like, I mean, just trying to digest this, and it seems to me, are we just about, isn't this exactly where we were last year, within about a month?
Mr. Chairman, I think the delays were even the low point in terms of reporting the realized gains and losses, I think was around the beginning of COVID, where I think the monthly information in April, May timeframe was back to October, November of the prior calendar year. So I think we were at about maybe 6 month in arrears. Two things were different about this time. One, we're just a little bit less than that, September compared to, yeah, so we might only be 2 or 3 or 4 months in arrears, number one. What is somewhat different is the lack of information on interest and dividends, as well as not having the final information from the prior fiscal year. So it's a little bit different. I would say it's not our longest period of time in terms of arrears, but there are more items that are outstanding.
What is it, just out of curiosity, what interest rate did you guys use on your projections for credit? What was the interest rate you guys did?
Great question. And again, this is not capital gains. This is,
No, this is just the interest.
interest and dividends. For the SAP, we're right around 1% for this fiscal year, rising to 1.15 for next fiscal year and 1.67 for fiscal year 24. So you'll see that gradual increase in anticipation of a more aggressive Fed policy.
On that one more time is.
You bet. So this is our cash pool.
Yeah, it's 22.
1.01. 23 is 1.15 and 24 is 1.67.
Okay.
I'd like to at least read a couple more numbers there. The LSRA, which is kind of half cap, and it's not half, but a portion of cash and a portion of more aggressive investments, including alternatives and equities. That estimate is 1.62 for fiscal year 22, 1.56 for fiscal year 23, and 1.55 for fiscal year 24. The issue there is I don't think we're getting quite the same positive outlook in the equities market as we are in the fixed income market in the cash. And one more just kind of number out there. The last one I like to include is the common school account because it is certainly invested for income, but it is also a permanent fund which enjoys the benefit of a very diverse portfolio. And the average yield for fiscal year 22 is 3.12%, 23 is 3.35%, and 24, I'm sorry. I'm reading the wrong line. We kept our October estimate. So fiscal year 22 is 2.96%. Fiscal year 23 is 3.21%. And fiscal year 24 is 3.42%. And the reason I like to include all three of those is I'm kind of increasingly going from kind of the checking account, all cash, short duration fixed income, to a mixed or hybrid account with both some cash, some longer term fixed income, and some equities and alternatives. And then the permanent fund provides a good explanation of stronger dividend income, MLP revenue, master limited partnership revenue, that sort of thing.
What was your, did you have an estimate for the income estimate, not the capital gain, but the income estimate for PMTF?
Mr. Chairman, I do. Again, we elected not to modify that for a couple of reasons, but the October average yield for 22 is 2.29. And you'll see that's somewhat lower than the January or the common school account, rising in 23 to 2.45%. And then finally in 24, 2.57% yield on the PMTF.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Drew.
One question for both our learned chairs. Based on what we just heard about the information or lack thereof coming from the Treasurer's Office, I know this has been happening a bit, and I know I'm sure some of us share a wariness about this. I'm asking if there would be value in asking the Treasurer's Office maybe just stop in and let's talk about that, because and there's one other piece of information that maybe could help me formulate an answer to that. The good representative from Natrona County has dutifully asked every department head that's walked in this door during the last 2 weeks about the HR departments and the move over. And as I recall it in my notes, every single department that's walked in here has either said it's working fine or it's going okay, except one. And that was the treasurer. And their words were, I think it was complete disaster. Now, today, we hear that these numbers haven't gotten here because of something that's going on with their staffing. And I think it begs a question, and I'm asking you all, if in your view, it might be worth a visit with the Treasurer's Office to see if these two are connected in some way, and if there's something we couldn't do about it, either in us helping them or them try to figure this out, because this is, to me, and I'll just speak for myself, is not acceptable. Not acceptable in the information that we're asking these folks to give us, and it's really putting them in a bad spot. And so, and it's putting it, and they're therefore putting us in or a tenuous spot. So I'm asking for your advice on this. Would it be valuable to do that, or do we just let it play out? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hi. Speaking. Hi. Oh, well, how about that? Okay. So anyway, we'll get there.
Yes.
What else do you have for us this morning?
Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions, but that concludes my presentation of the consensus revenue. In general, I think my summary is we did add. It is a positive outlook. We have some concerns. You will notice that I did not speak to sales and use tax. We are seeing a fairly robust first half of the fiscal year in sales and use taxes. However, we're also running up against some challenging comparisons. So let me just mention two things. In fiscal year 20, the state benefited from a large development of wind energy, and that is not continuing on. We have other sectors, particularly retail, lodging, and accommodation, that are making up for that shortfall, but it's essentially balancing out. In fact, I think it was within 0.2% in the November collections. Additionally, we talked at length, the retail has been very strong for the second half of calendar year 2021. But Craig has some caution about that going forward, particularly with the removal of the child tax credit and the direct distribution. When you add that up statewide, that is a large amount of discretionary income, which I think it's not too far to say we believe was actually being spent by the households receiving those checks. And with the removal of those checks, we're a little less optimistic on the retail sector for the next 6 months. Overall, a good story, total increase of $44.8 million. But we are a little bit cautious in some areas.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the retail, do we have online retail and brick and mortar moving in step, or is one moving differently?
Great question, Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz. I'll have to get back to you on the percentages, but I think online retail exceeded the brick and mortar retail, but both were growing at a good clip.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
Don, I just wanted to clarify some of the numbers. So on the PMTF interest rates that you were using, 2.29, 2.45, 2.57, that's just for the projected income piece of the return on those investments. Is that right? And so in a typical year, and that does not include your total return that you get after all the capital gains are realized. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, that is correct. What this kind of means is keep in mind the PMTF income at 2.5% of the 5-year average. And this is 2.29% of the current market value. So it turns out that we're actually forecasting a higher amount than the guarantee. So we don't need the guarantee into the general fund. And you will see on the governor's profile and ours, there's a little bit excess that gets split 50-50 to the LSRA and the SIPA account. We feel very comfortable with this because even if there are losses, the state treasurer's policy, as has been the case for a number of years, they hold their losses. So those, the yield, the interest and dividends will be distributed regardless of the capital gains or losses.
So that's, oh, excuse me, go ahead.
Well, I was just curious, did Mr. Fleming provide you any realized capital gain data, or did you just not inquire?
Mr. Chairman, we have realized capital gain data through the September report that is posted online, but we did not receive it further.
So theoretically, he would know that, even though it's not on the books.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's possible, but there are a lot of managers, and I think he would. Well, I don't want to speak.
Just depends if they're moving money or not. Selling.
All right, just for the other issue there, I mean, so when you look at the number for the PMTF number for the next couple of years, that's the number that you use in the forecast with respect to income off those accounts, and so that's why when we go in there, that's what's profiled, and therefore that's why there is some tapping of the reserve accounts to meet the guarantees for as you get into the coming biennium, right?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And you'll recall we have enough money to meet the first guarantee, which was the 2.5% on the general fund. There is not sufficient funds for the SIPA guarantee, which is an additional 1.25%. So that's where that delta comes in.
Yeah. Okay.
How close are we to that with the 5-year rolling average?
Mr. Chairman, I think we're about 20% of the SIPA guarantee is covered by interest and dividends, and 80% we profile, and I'm rounding a bit. We profile as a transfer from the PMTF reserve account to the SIPA account. And we do something similar on the SFP. Keep in mind that guarantee is set at 5%, even though Common School is much stronger than the PMTF, it is insufficient to hit the 5%.
Okay. Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate your work. We appreciate the black art that you guys perform every so often.
And the fact that you guys did it early, spent part of your Christmas holidays doing it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just wanted to comment on Don's comments about forecasting at the beginning. I recall when Don Brunk was head of the Department of Economic Planning and Development under Stan Hathaway, and he said forecasting is the art of creative self-humiliation.
Hi, before we get started, if we wouldn't mind, Don, thanks for coming over. Obviously, we're tuned in. Come on up for a minute. So anyway, go ahead and give us an update and any rebuttal that you might have. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thanks. I was going to come over and talk to you about this nice game and fish bill. Lucky me, we got to talk about Craig beforehand, right? So what I'd like to just clarify just a couple of things based on the comments that Don was making as far as interest and dividends, distributions were caught up. You put a footnote in the bill, budget bill last year or I guess 2 years ago that said that I had to report on that monthly, and I send you a report monthly, and we are caught up. Well, we don't do, and he's right, since Nancy has left, we haven't been submitting an email, apparently. I haven't seen any copies of that, you're right. I haven't received any notification that we were missing them. That could be because Dean Tempty knows that we've been swamped. Maybe that's why he hasn't sent that, but we will certainly get back on sending those monthly emails. But the distributions are caught up. As for the CAFR and the lateness last year, that was as a result of COVID guidelines from the feds. We couldn't file, MHP couldn't finalize the audit because we didn't have guidelines from the federal government. That happened to everybody because nobody had guidelines from the federal government. So we did get that extension and the CAFR was filed. This year, I can't say the same thing. This year, we're struggling with this in kind that I've talked to most of you about in Select Cap Finance. MHP is struggling with how we should report them, and therefore we're struggling on how to give them the information. Just this morning, my CFO is meeting with MHP again on this, and I got a notice while I was sitting here for another in-kind meeting next week. So we are behind on our audit information to MHP, and as a result, SAO, because of this issue primarily. We have some other things, obviously, but this is the primary issue, and it feeds into everything else.
So can you say that a little slower? I'm trying to understand what you just said. So
On the in-kinds,
yeah, on the timing, MHP, but you said that there are guidelines or some,
oh, that was last year, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, and so, and what's this year again?
This year, Mr. Chairman, I really think it comes down to how we're reporting these in-kind transactions. We're really trying to come to some kind of resolution to make it be the right way. I mean, so these in-kind transactions have occurred, for those of you who are not on CapFan. These are transactions that we make between two pools of income in order to avoid manager fees. So we make a trade. So we move money from one pool's cash availability to another pool to try to avoid the cash. But that means that the one pool that we moved money from has to wait for their share, whether their gain or loss, until that manager is liquidated. We have to keep track of what we owe essentially to that fund. And how we keep track of what we owe to those funds is the crux and how we report.
My recollection is we kind of had a general resolution or game plan back in September on how to go about doing that. And you also put a halt on doing it through a certain period of time. So how do we get from December to now and not have that resolved with getting your data to the auditors?
So, Mr. Chairman, it was about November that we made the game plan. And as of December 1st, we're not doing the in-kind transactions. Mostly they were occurring because we had so many disbursements, large disbursements from the LSRA. And so we would have to come up with large cash amounts to cover those disbursements. We've made a few changes. We changed the investment policy statement so that we keep more cash available, so that we don't have to do the movement of funds through in-kind transactions. But the issue is, Mr. Chairman, that while we fixed it while we have a game plan for going forward, we still did them in FY19, FY20, and FY21. And so we have to work with MHP so that those transactions are tracked the way that they believe is correct. And the way that we believe is correct, we need to report them in compliance with those directions. And we're just struggling with how best to reflect them in the financial statements.
So what's your best guess of when you'll have this thing straightened out so that the auditor's got the information so she can kick out a cap?
Mr. Chairman, committee, I was hoping by the end of this week, but given the fact that I just got a meeting notification for Tuesday, it won't be the end of this week or in kinds. So I'm hopeful that by the end of next week, that we can get some kind of resolution, but I don't know.
So without the in-kind data, there's no way to complete the process.
No, Mr. Chairman.
And so then you file the request for an extension. When do you file that?
Mr. Chairman, the extension is done through the state auditor's office. And I do believe that they have an intention to file that extension, but I don't know what the status of that is.
So if you figure out the in-kind with MHP by the end of next week,
Yes, Mr.
is all the other homework done then, or do you just plug it in and kick it out? Or how long does it take then to, to walk through what you got, September, October, November, December, or whichever, in order to catch up, right?
Mr. Chairman, we're caught up on, we're current with distributions, if that's what you mean. But
just how long does it take you to assimilate and recalculate all the data once you figure it all out, to provide the information to the auditor's office?
Mr. Chairman, I hope that we can do it in a week. We're close. We have sat down with MHP and they gave us a list of questions. We've responded to them. We're working back and forth. We're in the final stages. So once we get this in kind figured out, things will trickle down.
And so Don, and maybe I remember, but this problem came up. We had problem. MHP didn't like the way the in-kind reported last year. And so what's different this year? Is it just the number of trades? It's just the number of trades that's become more material to them.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And so there's a difference of opinion. Is there a difference of opinion with respect to how the reporting goes? And they've got some kind of governmental accounting standards or something that they've got that they think applies, and we've done it differently. Is that the issue?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's right. The sheer volume and dollar amount of the trades was much higher in FY21 than in 19-20. And so it caused MHP to say, to take another look to say, is the way that we were treating them. Now, the state treasurer's office, we don't have a dog in the fight, so to speak. We'll do it however they want us to report it. So we are working with them. What kind of information do you need? How can we get it for you? How can we report it in a format that's meaningful? So we did all of that discussion in December. We had it all figured out. And then some folks went on Christmas vacation and got to thinking. And
never think over Christmas vacation.
That's right. And so when they came back, now we find ourselves in January talking about it again and rethinking that a decision that we thought we had come to a resolution on how to do it. And there are concerns, MHP has concerns that that's going to be correct or not. And so I'm sorry that that's not much of an answer, but that's, I'm afraid, where we are.
Okay.
So one of the discussions we've had in CapFin was if there was any possibility of statutory changes that we could make to assist you in dealing with MHP's issues. Right? Any more thoughts or discussions on that, or how we could assist?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think a statutory change will do it, but we have talked about, one of our conflicts is our our annual report. And we have a number, I believe that previously we have so many reports due to you. The state treasurer's office had combined them all into one report and made it due on November 1st, because that's when our due date is for a number of these reports. So what we have determined is that it seems we've submitted those November 1st due date reports to you on November 1st, as separate from that big report that we do. So what we've kind of done is some brainstorming about, let's not make, since they're all submitted separately anyway, it was a self-imposed deadline for that November 1st, and that was butting up against audit deadlines. So we're going to change that annual report date. That's the kind of things we're talking about. We're talking about shifting some due dates of, they call them PBCs, prepared by client documents. So this is getting into a lot of details, but suffice to say, Mr. Chairman, we're rethinking some of our deadlines and how we are providing the information. We work with MHP and the State Auditor's Office every year to try to remove duplicative reporting. It seems like sometimes the reports we're providing are duplicates of information we provided in another format. So we continue to examine those kinds of avenues to try to streamline the process.
And so, Mr. Chairman, Don, tell us about your back office staff. We're hoping, I think you were going to hire 1 or 2 or up to 3 new
We had
accountants.
3, and I think you'd had 2 come on. You were still looking for a 3rd, I think, the last time we
Is
spoke.
that-
Mr. Chairman, that's still correct.
And how's that going with your new hirees?
Well, Mr. Chairman, our new hires are fantastic. We're very excited. We had one start in just this last few months, like September and November, and they're doing a great job. We still have 1 position outstanding. We've been closing it and reopening it to try to get it to the top of the employment lists, you know, like on Indeed and things like that. And so we just haven't really generated a lot of interest yet. So we do still have that 1 account open.
And so tell us about your progress in, I mean, I think you were going to retain somebody to come in and try to get all this automated by the end of the fiscal year. Is that still on track? Is it?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it is. We are in process. We had our kickoff meeting this month. We have our phase 1 that will be implemented by July 1st. That's the plan. We have a very dedicated project manager who is keeping both us and the vendor on task. And we're in good shape to get our investment accounting software. We have our order management system for the investment team that the contract's been negotiated, and we're ready to go with that, and just under ETS.
So the contract's been negotiated for that, but so now it has to be executed.
The order management system, yes, has to be executed, but everything that we've done, we're at ETS and the Attorney General's office, but it's taken all these months to come up with the details. There's a phrase, you know, in IT language, but to do the statement of work so that we know what we're positioned. It's somewhat of a canned system, but a lot of our, we have to have some, you know, it's Bloomberg, that's a public, so we have to have some negotiations for government requirements. And so that's what ETS but we believe we've freely negotiated those things. And so it's just a matter of getting through the process. So we feel like we're in good shape.
So you said you'll have stage 1 by July 1st. Tell us all, just explain what phase 1 is.
Phase 1 will be, right now we have our manager income, or our manager statements come separately from our JP Morgan statements, and we put them into a file manually, and we have to compare and do these reconciliations. All of that will become automated. All of our trade balancing and will become automated. All that stuff will be done by July 1st. When we go to our second phase for July to September, that will be like distributions and some of the, but right now our distributions, we have interfaces that we do. So that's been automated since the treasurer took office through, with the help of Jeanette Beeman, our project coordinator, so that will be automated through the same system. So that's why that one didn't pass muster in the first phase. So we have all of our trade our front office support things that will be completed by July 1st.
So stage 2 is then July 1st to September 1st. Is there a stage 3?
Stage 3 will be things that we might consider that didn't happen in 1 or 2 that we learned about that might be nice to have. But so right now,
And so,
We're not
Mr. Co-Chair, could you remind me what you guys who did you end up going with to do the automated trade processes?
Mr. Chairman, we have for our order management system for automated trades, that is Bloomberg. And then that will talk to our system. We'll also do directives in phase 2. We'll do a directives. Basically, it's how the team tells how the investment team tells the accountants what they want them to do. Right now, that's not automated. So we'll put that in and make that automated. But I'm sorry,
Was it
and so the
Clearwater?
firm, excuse me?
Was it Clearwater? Was it Clearwater?
No, Mr. Chairman, we did not go with Clearwater. We
No.
ended up going with Broadridge Investments.
Broadridge, that's right. Okay.
And is that contract completed?
Mr. Chairman, it is. So we have a contract that we're able to do this statement of work, and the statement of work is complete, yes.
What's after the statement of work?
Implementation, Mr. Chairman. We're a go.
And that'll be a combination of Broadridge and somebody else.
Mr. Chairman, this is Broadridge alone.
So all in all, other than the in-kind things, you're feeling pretty good about it?
Mr. Chairman.
Are you in a better
yes.
place than you were last year?
I think so, Mr. Chairman, although it doesn't feel like it. Mr. Chairman, while I have you, I would like to address Senator Gru's comments about HR. And I heard you and I appreciated you asking, but with all due respect, what are the directors who work for the governor whose initiative it was to consolidate HR going to tell you? It's great. It's awesome. You know, so I don't have that individual, that extra layer. So I can tell you that it's not great. And as I listened to you ask those questions, my situation, I went from having a full-time HR person next to me to having a part-time HR person build 2 or 3 buildings away. So that is a difference. So some of these agencies who although they retained their HR person went to be an A&I employee, they're still in their division or in their building next door or across the hall. I don't have that anymore. And it does cause me a lot more work. It just does.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
why is
You
that?
tell him.
I mean, why did all the other departments get to keep theirs and you didn't? What was that all?
Mr. Chairman, my HR professional retired and just wasn't replaced.
And it wasn't replaced. Did you talk to A&I about, Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely.
And
And I have no HR person, if that tells you how the answer. Mr. Chairman, I have pleaded and begged and had meetings, and they said, no, we're gonna try this. And I'm not to say that we don't get support from A&I HR. It's just not the same. It's not as timely.
well, we'll work on that. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you, Mr.
Make
Chairman.
sure, you still need that CEO, don't you?
I don't know.
Or COO, whichever one that was, but anyway, yeah. Would help, wouldn't it? I think that back office system, we just gotta keep moving. So I know.
Say no.
All right.
Well, how else can we help? Is the real question.
Mr. Chairman, I feel very supported by you and the committee. It's not easy to come to you as a former employee, especially. I take it a lot more personally, And so I appreciate that you ask the hard questions. You give me an opportunity to respond. I don't like that I don't always have a great answer for you, but I do appreciate you and I do feel supported by you. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, we want to help you. We really do.
We all understand how important the state treasurer's office is to the state of Wyoming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming over.
Thank you for coming over. You saved us a you read our minds, so thank you. All right, well, after that little detour, I understand are we ready to the point of consideration of these two draft legislations, Don? That's still the deal? All right. Let's move on into those. So the first one is 364 game and fish funding. Or I shouldn't say funding, investments. Fund investments.
And good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Tamara Redley, staff to the JAC. I am on Zoom again.
Oh, is that where you are? Okay, hi, Tamara. How are you doing? These disembodied voices throw me once in a while. Go ahead.
Yes, in an effort to keep all members healthy, I'm sitting down here in my office. So the bill draft before you should be 22 LSO 0364, working draft 0.3. Its short title is the Game and Fish Fund - Investments. Looks like from the shuffling having stopped, everyone has found that. This bill was requested by members, I believe, on behalf of the Game and Fish Commission or Department. And generally, it just allows the Game and Fish Fund to be invested in Pool A. Now, as background, you all probably recall that the Constitution has historically prohibited investment in stocks and equities. And voters changed that by adopting amendments, first in 1996 for permanent funds, and then again in 2016 for non-permanent funds of the state. Those funds, in order to be invested, need to be prescribed by the legislature and designated for investment in stocks or equities if they're to include that within their asset allocation. Let's see, the legislature created that Pool A in 2017. And they have over the years added various, mostly trust fund accounts from agencies, but other agency accounts, I think we're up to 15 now in total. That's some background. You see there the title on page 1, authorizing investment of the Wyoming Game and Fish Fund as specified and making a conforming amendment. Jumping into the heart of the bill now is the amendment on beginning on page 1 to 94715 subsection P. This is the subsection that creates the Pool A, and it directs the treasurer to investment in accordance with the other investment statutes that include involvement of the investment funds committee and the adoption of policy statements and et cetera. So that's all there on page 2, the existing structure for the Pool A. Pool A does require consultation with the agencies that have accounts invested in it and annual review of how the funds are invested. So then on the bottom of page 2 are the paragraphs which designate the accounts that can be invested in this Pool A. And the Pool A is not strictly equities or stocks of corporations. It just has a portion of its asset allocation that currently is in that, and it can be more as determined by the state treasurer and the investment funds committee and the state loan and investment board through their existing process. So we have this addition to paragraph V on page 2, beginning on line 19 through 23. The existing Game and Fish Trust Fund is already invested in Pool A, and this amendment would allow any other monies designated by the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission for investment in Pool A from within the big Game and Fish Fund that's created there in 23-1-501. The drafting instructions that came to me didn't include which portion of the funds, and as I understand it, these are kind of their checkbook funds, and maybe some of them are more than checkbook, so I hope to hear from the agency and others on that. But without those instructions, I decided to leave it to the commission to designate which funds they think can be invested in Pool A. And I assume that would be funds that are less liquid or have less need for liquidity. They seem to have more time to be invested and to see return. On page 3, we begin a conforming amendment to go into the Wyoming Game and Fish Fund and direct the commission or allow the commission to designate the funds that they wish to be invested in the Pool A investment account. The first change you see is on page 3, line 4. That striking of income and replacing revenue with revenue is just intended to be more broad and to update the statutes when the rest of the provisions discuss the money that goes into the game and fish fund. Yes.
Tamara?
Yes.
On that issue, so on use of the word revenue, I thought in 121, we changed 121 last year. Senate File 121, we changed that. So usually the reference was to earnings as opposed to revenue. Is that, would you check that and make sure that if that's the right word, should it be revenue or should it be earnings?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did look at that and you are correct. Very correct as usual is that the legislature updated most of those references from income to earnings. This statute actually is referring not to investment income, but any income received by the commission from fees, mostly from license fees and from other things that are charged. And so the term income probably everywhere else, when they're talking about this fee revenue and the licensors, they use the term revenue. So this is almost conforming to the existing game and fish statutes, but it also has the other effect of being more broad than income and addressing any questions of what happens with the investment earnings that I believe are credited back to the fund.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. The next change is just that new sentence on page 3, lines 6 through 9 to allow the commission to designate the portion of funds that comprise the game and fish fund that they wish to be invested in equities. On page 4, there's an effective date of July 1st, 2022 as standard. And then just a staff comment reminding members that this amendment or this bill would require a 2/3 vote to be adopted per Article 6, Section 6 of the Wyoming Constitution. That's my summary.
Yeah, anything else? That it?
That concludes my summary, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, so any questions for Tamara about the bill? Pretty straightforward. All right, thank you. So let's go ahead and go to the agency.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. I'm John Kennedy, Deputy Director, and I have with me Meredith Wood, our Chief Financial Officer, who you all have heard before. First, thank you to this committee for exploring and supporting ways to increase revenue for game and fish so that we can put more projects on the ground for wildlife. It means a lot to us, so thank you for that. As you know, this investment opportunity was identified by Senator Hicks through this committee quite some time ago. And since then, it came up when we were here providing our budget to you. We had a very, very brief discussion about it as well. We appreciate that. From there, we went and had a discussion with our commission about this opportunity. And that was a very productive discussion. And it's consistent with where this committee is going. And they asked us to work with you as best we can to see what we can do to provide some more flexibility to our commission. As you heard, the bill's pretty straightforward. And sorry if I'm redundant, I was having a hard time hearing. Game and fish, our funds are currently invested in 2 accounts, the Pool A and the state agency pool account. Currently, the only game and fish funds invested in Pool A, which has the higher return, of course, has had, is the Commission's Wildlife Trust Fund corpus. And that's at about $33 million right now. All other game and fish funds are invested in the state agency pool. This bill would give the commission the flexibility to have other funds besides the trust fund corpus invested into Pool A, something that they in fact support. With that, I'd stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for? Go ahead.
Have you had a chance to review this, how this is drafted, and are you comfortable with it?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, yes, it is consistent with at least what the commission discussed earlier this month. And that is, it gives flexibility for them to simply invest more funds into Pool A than they currently have the ability to do.
Well, and Mr. Co-Chair, you have, because of your new ammunition revenues that come in, you have more cash on hand, and so it just makes more sense that once you figure out your operating budget, make more money with your extra revenues.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That's it. So now you get, your cash flow is always an issue. Now becomes a heightened issue for you. So new challenges for you. All right. If there's anything else, any other questions? So then is there any public testimony on this in the room? Go ahead. Go ahead. Come back up, Don. Thank you.
Good morning again, committee. My name is Dawn Williams, Deputy Treasurer, State Treasurer. I have Patrick, I think he got in on Zoom in case you have any questions about investments in Pool A in general. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about this bill. As I understand it, the department and the commission, as you all have just said, there's a significant amount of money in this operating fund, $92.5 million. And so it does make sense that some of this money should be apportioned to be able to be invested in Pool A. The existing language, as Tamara discussed and the agency said, is referring to, in Pool A language, I mean, in the statute, is referring to the trust account, the fund F08. The new language then is all encompassing to all of the funds in Game and Fish. And it was my understanding that, and this could be totally wrong based on what Deputy Director Kennedy just said, about the funds that were intended to be invested in Pool A. And so my comments are to encourage you to add some specificity, as even Tamara recommended, about the amount of the funds that would be invested or directed from that operating account F01. And so just because for us, it is more prescriptive language is always better, more prescriptive and descriptive language. So I would suggest respectfully that the bill be amended to create a separate paragraph to address the Game and Fish Fund. And I created an amendment that just would just simply say not more than 50% of the Wyoming Game and Fish Fund created by the statute designated by the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission. So the commission would still be directing the state treasurer's office how much of this fund, but it would be clear which fund was being directed, because the Wyoming Statute 23-1501 is all encompassing of the game and fish funds. So the way it's written now, and this may be the intention, is that any of those funds could have a portion of them directed to Pool A. And really, it was my understanding that it was just supposed to be limited to the operating fund. The concern, of course, for us is that Pool A is a longer term investment account, and with a 3 to 5 year holding period. It's not an operating funds account. It's not a cash account. And so with a balance of 92 million, obviously, I think that's manageable. But some of the other funds that might be $3 million might not be appropriate for investment. And so that's, Mr. Chairman, that really just concludes my comments, and I would encourage you to add some specifics.
So Don, well, the thing that strikes me is as I read this was a little bit long. I think you kind of heightened the one thought I had, which is the Game and Fish has the flexibility to designate which funds get invested. Fair enough. Ought to be that way. But then once those funds get invested with the treasurer's office, then it's not, it really isn't a matter of just saying, well, we're going to put money in Pool A for 6 months. I mean, you can put money in Pool A for 6 months, but you're not very happy with the results of 6 months. Depends what 6 months you're in. So that was my concern as we looked at that. I mean, there may be other investment options other than Pool A that may be appropriate that that the commission and y'all might want to do. So that was kind of my thought as well, is that, and that it is, and of course, there'll have to be communication between the financial folks at the commission and your office to make sure that you're getting whatever you're investing, you're getting in an appropriate fund for the time frame and the purpose, so on and so forth. Right, which is kind of what your concern is as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I always would anticipate that that discussion would take place, between the treasurer's office and the commission to say, you know, these are the typical type of arrangements that we would do and make a recommendation from the treasurer's office and discussions with the commission and say, you know, it has a 3 to 5 year horizon within your reserve accounts and your budget. What's the realistic expectation, and kind of leave that flexibility to be able to go back and have the treasurer work straight with the commission and figure out, you know, what's the best strategy going forward versus we put something hard and fast in statutes, markets change, demands increase, and, you know, the funds going up, and allow that maximum flexibility in those discussions that occur between the treasurer's office and the commission versus just trying to provide too much guidance and then miss those opportunities as they may or may not exist.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. The problem with flexibility is that maybe as Chairman Perkins suggested, flexibility is not it's not primary within pool A. Flexibility, if the markets are changing, and Patrick is here to speak more succinctly and knowledgeably than I, but you can't, once we invest that money in pool A, it isn't as flexible as you might think. It's a 3 to 5 year investment horizon with about 36% of the pool A investments, according to the investment policy statement, they're in illiquids. So if you are pulling that money out, it might not even actually be possible to pull the money out.
Mr. Chairman, let me clarify when I talk about flexibility. I'm not talking about flexibility of day-to-day transactions within pool. I'm talking about, you'd suggested 50% or a number that you would tie their hands from statutory as to how much out of their reserve accounts or their operating accounts would actually be eligible. I don't think that's a decision that we should make in statutes. I think that's a discussion that the treasurer's office should have with the commission and say, look, let's say you have X within your current account. This is a 3 to 5 year horizon. Go through, figure out what your worst case scenario and what's the best opportunity, flexibility for determining what that amount, that differential. So you run through and you say, these are a 3 to 5 year horizon. You guys, the commission, have run your budget. This is what you think you need as operating reserves plus contingency. This then says that you can invest. It may be 35%, it may be 10%, or it may be 70% within the game and fish funds to make that determination as the percentage that the commission would then like to put on a 3 to 5 year horizon to increase their returns on those accounts. When I talk about flexibility, that's what I'm talking about, not a checking account flexibility. So I just wanted to make that sure. So under that scenario, is that a reasonable expectation that those discussions could happen between the treasurer's office, from your opinion? And also I'd ask the same question of Deputy Director Kennedy. Is that how, and you guys have discussed it internally, that's the kind of direction you want to go?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the clarification, Senator. I would like to defer to Patrick about his feelings about more prescriptive language regarding the investments.
Patrick, are you awake?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Patrick Fleming. I'm CAO for the Treasurer's Office. No, that is exactly what Senator Hicks is describing is the way the fund was set up, is that all of the funds that would be in Pool A would not need these funds for 3 to 5 years. And that is how we are investing the fund right now, is for a 3 to 5 year investment horizon. And so our concern was with the game and fish that they were saying, well, they'd want to put a certain amount in, but if the licenses or the income was not anticipated from the licenses, then they would need some of the funds or what have you. And I just want the committee to know or to understand this, especially now that we are no longer to do in-kind transfers. that the ability to withdraw income from these funds are extremely liquid, or the percentage that is illiquid is impossible to withdraw because they're on multi-year contracts. So before, what we were able to do is if they did need the funds, we could do an in-kind transfer and move that allocation to another fund. And now we have to liquidate it. And we're not able to do so now because of the accounting rules. So it's even more stringent than we were in the past. And I'm not sure everyone is aware of how that works, but now we cannot do that. So that would really impact the way for someone that would need the funds to be able to take any of those funds out earlier than that. So I just wanted to comment and make sure everyone understands that with this change in the in-kind transfers, our liquidity provisions have dramatically changed.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. So Patrick, if it's in pool A, they would not be able to access the interest and dividends on an annual basis off of those investments? Is that what I heard you say?
The interest income, realized capital gains and dividends, I believe they're able to access. I don't know the accounting rules on it. I'm talking about the corpus.
And that's what I wanted to make there. There's a differential there that what is the 3 to 5 year horizon, they could still access on an annual basis those interest and dividends off of the interest on that corpus. And that's correct, right?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I would defer to Dawn on the accounting rules on that. I focus on the return on the investments. I know that is how it works with the PMTF and all of the things that you were speaking to Don Richards about, how the monies we spend, but I am not familiar with Pool A, but I do believe so.
All right, thanks.
But Don would know.
Mr. Chairman.
I was gonna see if Don knew the answer to that
Mr.
question.
Chairman, yes, that's correct. They would have, we do distributions of that, the earnings.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Go
Chairman.
ahead, Representative Stitt.
This question for Patrick or Don's slightly off topic, but it goes to the in-kind swaps or fund transfers. Is it an accounting rule that now prohibits you from doing that? Or is it some other rule? Or is it just an internal policy from the state treasurer's office saying you don't want to do that because it creates such a mess?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, we don't want to do that because it creates such a mess. Yes, I'm gonna just leave it at that. That's a policy decision that we've made as a result of, and we've done some other things, like I talked to you about changing the amount of cash in the investment policy statement. It's going to make it easier in a number of ways.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So, Patrick, from a practical matter, I'm kind of in Senator Hicks' camp. All you have to do is sit down with the folks at Game and Fish, find out what percentage of their standing capital that they want to invest in Pool A on a 3 to 5 year horizon. And as long as they're comfortable with it, and because they've got multiple cash flow capabilities. So once they figure out what their cash flows are and on their mid and long-term objectives, and they want to invest a certain amount of dollars in Pool A, and they're comfortable with it, then I presume you're comfortable with that as long as they understand what the rules are.
Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely correct. And it's not only Game and Fish, but that was the whole purpose for the entire fund, that every single entity that is in Pool A should have that type of thought process of how much money they want to put in. So you're absolutely correct. That is ideal for what we want to do on a current and ongoing basis.
And Mr. Co-Chair, John, that's your understanding, right?
Mr. Co-Chair, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So we don't really need a percentage. What we need is just cooperation between you and Patrick to figure out what works for you. Right?
Mr. Chairman, that would be right and consistent with at least the discussion we had with the commission earlier this month.
Okay.
So I guess my question for either Patrick, Don, and I probably need certainly the Don, your thoughts about it. But I mean, right this limits it, restricts it to only a Pool A. Are there other appropriate investment pools other than the they're already, I think you're already in the common agency, state agency pool. Is there any other, are there any other funds or accounts within the treasurer's office that might be appropriate for this? Should it be just strictly limited to pool A?
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at Patrick, but I believe Pool A is the appropriate fund.
So are there any others, Patrick? Is the pool A the only game that we should be considering, or should this be broader than that?
Mr. Chairman, the way that we have it structured was we wanted to be able to do something better than SAP, but nowhere near the type of risk that you would take with the PMTF. So PMTF is a 10-year plus type horizon. Pool A is a 3 to 5. SAP is a 3-month type of horizon. So that's kind of how we structured it. So it would really be any of the funds that have that type of horizon, specifically from the SAP, that would fit in that would have excess funds that would work in that horizon. So there's 400 and some funds in SAP. And so I cannot answer which funds would fit in that criteria.
All right, thanks. Answered my question. All right, any other public testimony? Any other comments this morning? Is there anybody online on this bill? All right. What's your pleasure, committee?
Move the bill.
Been moved by.
Second.
Did you say that? Was that you?
No.
Oh, Kenner, okay. Actually, it was moved by Vice Chairman Kinski and seconded by Co-Chairman Nicholas. So are there any amendments or comments or questions or discussion about the bill?
Question.
Yeah, you guys will figure it out. Just, the commissioners have to recognize it when it's there, getting it back you'll get it back eventually. So it's not a money market fund with the check account privileges. So, all right, we're ready for the question? All right, go ahead and call the roll on the bill.
Motions on LSO 0364, working draft 0.3. Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Simpson.
Aye.
Representative Stiff.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Guru. Aye. Senator Hicks.
Aye.
Senator Kinski.
Aye.
Senator Steinmetz. Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Chairman Perkins.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the bill has been adopted for sponsorship, House bill or Senate file.
You want them? Okay, we'll take Senate file unless you guys will.
We give you the easy ones.
We appreciate that. We'll take all the easy ones we can get. And that's
Thank you, Don.
Looking at that note, that is a 2/3. Put them in
2/3.
pool A, it does take a 2/3. That's correct. As I understand that. Right, Tamara? Okay.
That's correct.
That makes sense, that we're the investment side.
Okay. So
Mr.
next
Co-Chair.
one
Co-Chair.
is
Mr. Coach.
yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, sorry. Thank you. Members of the committee, thank you again for your support. Also, a related item, we've provided this agency snapshot to you in the last few years. It goes over our funding sources, revenue, and a lot of great information. We just updated this, and I'll leave copies up here for you to
Leave
take.
them with Senator Drew.
I'll leave them with Senator Drew. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time today. All right, so the next bill is state employees, fire department and protection electrical fees. So it's 22 LSO 367 draft 0.3. Tamara?
I believe this bill was just discussed, or this concept was just discussed a few days ago when Director Reed from the Department of Fire Protection Electrical Safety was here. It really does 4 things. It raises fees that are charged and assessed by the department. It directs certain fee revenue that currently goes to the general fund to the department. It updates a reference to the building code, and then finally it requires rules. On page 1, lines 1 through 5, you see the fairly specific title there. it amends and increases specified fees collected by the Department of Fire Prevention, Electrical Safety, amends the allocation of fee revenue, and requires rulemaking. The first change you see to existing statute is on page 2. This subsection D sets for the process for collecting plan review fees. And those are currently pegged to the building code and adjusted for inflation as adopted by rule of the department. The change on page 2, lines 4 and 5, updates that building code from the 1997 Uniform Building Code to the fee schedule of the International Building Code. And then lines 6 through 10 direct a portion of the fee revenue that is collected for the plan reviews, 60%, to be deposited into a separate account for expenses incurred by the department in administering their statutes, and 40% to continue being directed to the general fund. The staff comment there specifies the amounts that the department reported in their latest budget request. That first figure, $804,930, is a 2-year figure for 2022 and 2023, and currently 100% of that would be deposited to the general fund. This bill would change that such that 60% would remain for the agency to be appropriated, and the other 40% would continue to go to the general fund. The next figure you see in that staff comments relates to the next 2 sections that are changed by this bill for licensing fees and permit fees, etc. So moving on then to the remainder of the bill are increasing specified fees. 35.9.120 subsection C, beginning on page 2 and going on to page 3, relate to fees for electrical inspection. And you see there each fee being increased on page 3. The first is the inspection of residential units from 20 to 50, and the change in the per service rating for electrical service. These numbers were provided to me by the department, and hopefully they're all as provided. You see that they're increasing a bit more than 100% there. And I don't have any information on where the amounts came from at this time, so we can ask the department for more information on that. But continuing on page 3 are each individual fee increases for the inspections and the permitting. And then on to page 4 is an increase to the fees charged for licensure, permitting, examinations, and apprenticeships. Beginning on page 4, you see that increase from 400 to 550, and then continuing on page 5, you see those increases, which are percentage-wise not as much as the prior subsection that I just described. On page 6, the department is directed to promulgate rules as required by 35.9.108D, which is the first section amended by this act, to incorporate the fee schedule of the International Building Code and any necessary adjustments for inflation. That's just to conform that fee setting process for those plan reviews. If those rules are needed, they would be, should be effective, can begin working on them effective immediately, and should be promulgated by July 1st, 2022. The act is otherwise effective, meaning the fees that are increased by this bill would go into effect July 1st, 2022. You see that split effective date. That concludes my summary, so please let me know if you have any questions for me.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Tamara? Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, and it may be in the materials, but is there a fiscal impact summary?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stitt, there is not yet at the, as a committee bill, there wouldn't be a fiscal note created until after the committee adopts the bill and votes to sponsor it.
The question for the department, I guess, do we know any estimate of how much extra money this will raise?
It's fickle.
There you go.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stitt, we do have some estimates. If you would like, I could and I believe they were supplied at a prior meeting, but I can refer to them now if you would like.
Please.
What we, Mr. Chairman, what we presented earlier on this bill, based on the fee increases, probably the one that is most interesting to the committee is that we would look at a 210,000, and these are all estimates, of course, increase to the general fund budget over biennium as a result of the increase in the fees and the change in the plan review separation. For the fire marshal's office, for the Department of Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety, there would be a total increase in of $278,000 per year, resulting in an increase of $556,000 approximately in the licensing and fees, and a plan review increase of approximately $483,000.
Biennial?
Those numbers are, yes, are biennial.
So a total increase of $1 million a biennial.
I'm sorry, sir.
Total increase would be $1 million a biennial to you?
Approximately, yes, sir.
And so I'm looking at, Mr. Co-Chairman, I'm looking at your budget, and your biennial budget is roughly a little over 7 million. And essentially what this does is add, and of that, 5.6 are general funds. And so by you taking over another $1 million, we're actually gaining back $1 million plus the 200,000 a biennial, right?
That is correct, sir.
And just a follow-up question on a different point. What I would like to understand, just because I don't know anything about how it works, is when you have the $1.10 per ampere rating on your increase, what does that mean? And what's the impact to the consumer or to the provider using that figure?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, by calculating our wiring permits that direction, we actually have a lower initial permit. So the smaller your project is, the lower the amount is that you have to pay for a permit. So when you get into larger permits or larger construction projects or larger wiring projects, then it takes more time from the inspectors to work through it. It takes more time for everyone involved. And so there's an offsetting by, which is calibrated by the size of the project.
So so give me a guesstimate of, what would be for a modest house, like, 1,500 square foot, 1,500, 2,000 square foot house. What would that end up being?
Yeah, what would the increase be?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, you are quickly going to get out of my area of expertise, and I'm not sure that the deputy director can.
Chief Young
can
is
assist.
madly working. I've got a calculator if
You doing a
we
quick
can give you
math
some
on?
help. The brain trust came up with the answer, and the
This
answer
is-
is.
Mr. Chair, if I could, and this is not an excuse, but we had a COVID issue at the office yesterday, and so we're operating kind of shorthanded for a moment.
Did you ever do that? Or is it just?
Mr. Chair, so in essence, the per ampere for that scenario, for a 1,500 square foot house, I believe normally that's about a 200 amp service. So at a basic amp service now, you'd be at about $100, $110, somewhere in there, plus the 50 or plus the $50 permit fee. So you'd be looking at, around $160 somewhere in there. Or now, if you were to do that, you would double that per amp.
So if they're gonna have an electric charging station, it's gonna go up.
Right.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Is this for
President-
electric cars?
Yeah,
Get our money back?
sooner or later. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, sort of to get a sense for whether this is a good idea or a bad idea and to persuade other people that it's a good idea. How would this charge, say, taking a residential house as an example, compared to the cost of your department providing services for that particular house, right? So, because we're upping the charge in that example from what's now $20 to, $250, basically. So is it to say that this makes sense? Can we say, hey, the State Fire Marshal's office is giving you a service that's worth $250, or that it takes that much of the department's time? Is there a way to quantify that? To say, hey, this only covers 20% of our costs or 50%, or is there a way to quantify that?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Co-chair. There is at some level, I'm sorry, Representative Stitt, there is at some level, and the bottom answer is it is a money losing proposition for us. When you factor in the time of the inspector, and then you factor in the mileage and the equipment needs, and then the number, we receive one permit application on a project, but then there are multiple visitations to the location as the project is constructed. And so we end up putting numerous miles, especially on larger projects. And so it's a money losing proposition, but what we're trying to do is simply offset some of those costs with this type of a graduated scale.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning. Couple of questions. On page 2, line 4, it says that we're striking the 1997 Uniform Building Code and a fee schedule for the International Building Code. I take it am I right in taking that to mean you're just adopting the fee schedule, and the building code itself will stay the 1997 Uniform Building Code?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Drew, there actually was a change in the building code several years ago, where the name of the code went from the 1997 building code to the International Building Code, and that's what's generally adopted.
Okay, so let me go back then. So is the building code itself changing, or just the fee schedule? So I'm just trying to get it. So, or that's already changed.
It is, I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
go ahead, you're
Senator
fine.
Drew. The changes, there are changes being made in that code and in that fee schedule. And I'm not sure, I believe it's annually, probably, maybe biannually, where they do adjustments based on construction costs and other fashions.
I guess. Go ahead.
Am I misunderstanding?
Nah, I'm just trying to, what I'm trying to get at, or make sure that we're not inadvertently doing something other than just changing a fee schedule, because this is a simple fee schedule bill. It's not a changing anything else. I just want to make sure that I'm not, or that we wouldn't inadvertently, law and unintended consequences, that we're changing some sort of code that everyone in the state's operating under.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Kinsey. Yeah, that was, but your answer, I think, was you nod your head. That was a yes. We're not changing anything else. It's
That would
just
be correct.
Just an update to correct the reference to the modern building code to which things refer.
That is correct.
Go ahead, Senator.
Well, I just want to make sure my understanding is correct. What we're adopting on page 3 is a minimum or a maximum fee. But your fee schedules actually come out of this code and are to be adjusted annually for inflation. Do you in fact update your fee schedule annually for inflation? If not, when was the last time that you did so?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsky, the last time that there was an adjustment in our fee schedule was 2005. And so it has been a considerable amount of time. There was discussion within the electrical board and the fire board and within our department on numerous occasions as to whether the language of the statute allowed us to actually make those adjustments without statutory change. And there was some, within the department for many years, there's been some confusion on that. And so what this does is that actually clarifies for us our ability to make that adjustment.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
so the sentence "and adjusted for inflation is adopted by rule or regulation by the department" was not clear to the department since 2005?
Mr. Chairman, I would hazard a guess that that is correct.
Mr. Coach.
And then, Mr. Chairman, what we're outlining on page 3 is the maximum, but where will these fees end up? Will they be below the 50 and the 110 per ampere rating?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, the funds will go into the special revenue fund, which was created by statute many years ago. And then that funding is then distributed through the budgetary process.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't ask my question very clearly. On page 3, the fees that we are adopting specify the maximum that you're to charge, but your fees actually are according to the schedule of the International Building Code. So with reference, for instance, on page 3 to lines 11 through 12, your maximum is $50 plus 110 per ampere. What is the actual fee schedule that would be charged under the International Building Code? How far below that is it, or is that exactly what it comes out to?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, I see the deputy director looking at me. He's got a better understanding apparently than I do. The building code fees are for the plan reviews and for others, I believe, and I'm going to defer to deputy director in just a moment, but I believe that the NEC is more the code for the electrical fees. But what we attempted to do here was create a single charge for all of these events that we would follow.
Right, so just as I understand it, so when you get the first part, 35.9.108, which basically is the first 12 lines of page 2, it has to do with plan review, and those fees are established by the building code under plan review. Then the rest of the bill is an update for various inspection and their fees for electrical, on-site electrical inspections as opposed to not plan review. And so again, so I think that the question that he's trying to get to is, this is what, so we've expanded the range that you can now charge, but you still have to go back to pass a rule about what fee you're going to charge. And I think he's trying to get at, so what is the fee you're going to charge? What do you anticipate the rule? What do you anticipate making change in your rule to that the charge will be? I think that's what Senator Kinski's trying to ask.
And all, Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, Senator Kinski, all of our calculations were done on the stated fees that are in this statute, in the proposed statute. And so our intention is, and what we would do with the passage of this bill, is we would charge these amounts. And if there were going to be a change in that, then our understanding is we would come back to the Joint Appropriations Committee and ask for a change in those fees again.
Okay, that get where you want?
Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, maybe since I don't have the statute in front of me, maybe it's a Tamara question. Tamara, does on page 2, subsection D, the reference to the fee schedule in the building code have any relationship to the inspection fees that are on page 3? That's Chairman Perkins's interpretation. I see on D that it says fees for plan reviews and other inspections. Are there two different fee schedules here? The one that's on page 2 and one that's on page 3?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, I don't think I can answer this question perfectly. I can generally say that I believe that the fees on page 2 and then on page 4, on page 2, those are specific to electrical inspection. And Then on page 4, those are licensure, permitting, examination, apprenticeship fees. So the subsection D is specific to the plan reviews. I think those are construction plan reviews. And then other fees that would be provided for in the International Building Code. Now, this did come just about a day or so ago. I don't have access to the International Building Code. It's a document that, at least I haven't been able to find access to it. So I'm not sure exactly what that fee schedule looks like. And that might be something that would be appropriate for follow-up to just determine that there was no crossover between those subsection D fees and the remainder of the bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Evan, excuse me.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Simpson,
Chairman.
go ahead.
My somewhat limited knowledge of the building codes. I don't know of any municipality or state that is currently using the uniform building code. They've all shifted to the IBC. So I think we're already there. I've never seen this fee schedule in the IBC. So I don't know what that looks like. If it's just a generic thing, it is a little confusing to me. I would like some clarification on that. What does the IBC fee schedule look like? And why are we then quantifying on page 3 and 4 specific inspections? In regards to shall not exceed, I'm sure the department, Director Reed, is saying these are the numbers we want. These are the ones we're going to use going forward in terms, but I have a little bit of concern with that, Director Reed. So on page 3, item A, for a residential inspection, before it was with a 200 amp home, we were paying $120. And now we're jumping the fee to $270. And $270, frankly, is still not enough. There's no way you're going to send an inspector out. And I think he has to come out 3 times during the process. I mean, this is just a significantly losing figure, but I'm concerned. The perception on the floor is going to be, why are you more than doubling? This is a 130% increase of the fee. I'm a little worried about that we're jumping it so much, even though the jump is very justified in terms of the service providing, but I'm a little worried about that, that we're raising it such a high percentage. The rest of the fees are very acceptable in terms of the fees that are being charged for the licensing, the journeyman, et cetera. I think those are reasonable, but I am a little worried about jumping it. And frankly, it's the Amper one that I'm a little concerned about. I wish we could have maybe done that incrementally and not made it 110 per Amper rating. That would have softened that blow a little bit. Those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Director, I think where, at least where I'm getting a little confused, is if I went to the International Building Code, would I find a fee schedule?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the whole thing.
So if I looked up the international, went to the International Building Code, which kind of governs how you do stuff, would I find a fee schedule?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, yes, there is a fee schedule in there that we reference. And if I could add another comment now that I've gotten myself up to speed on the language, I believe that in these changes we've made, that it might add some comfort to the committee if we removed a few words. Because our fee schedule is actually, we operate off of what is in statute. But then there was some reference in the past statutes about the different fee schedules. And I believe the intent of the committee, whenever that was developed back in, let's say, 2005, was to offer some flexibility to the agency. For whatever reason, the agency never felt that flexibility, and so they did not approach any changes. Now, and so since we've adopted that approach to our fee schedules and coming before the committee, it would not create any issues for us. And I'll look at the deputy director to kick me if I'm wrong here, but it would not create any issues for us to remove the language of fee schedule of the International Building Code. We do, however, need to change the Uniform Building Code to International Building Code. And because our intent is to simply operate under what we are presenting in this statute. And would prefer, I think, in the short term, to come back before this committee for any other increases in these numbers or any changes in the numbers.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So just to make sure that I'm tracking with you,
Yes, sir.
these fees over here for licenses have nothing to do with the fees that we find in the building code.
That's correct.
What we find in the building code are the fees probably designated for plan review. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so what we're trying to do in this first session in section D is to say that for plan reviews, we're going to use the fees as designed in the International Building Code, period. Then we're going to shift over to page 3 in this new section in 35.9.120. And we're going to say that by statute, we're setting the fees for the right or licensure for these professionals, for these professions. And statutorily, we're setting the limit on it. And as a board, you're going to determine up to that point what you're going to assess. Am I tracking with the intent?
Representative Larson, that is correct.
So then if we work the bill, Mr. Chairman, I think that would be right, that we would maybe consider an amendment to take that little new section out, fee schedule of the out. But if I'm tracking right, that helps me.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative Simpson?
Thank you, Representative Larson. That really clarifies it, because as I look there on page 2, Tamara, we're talking about plan reviews and other inspections on line 2, page 2, except as provided in subsections Q and R. But so I'm expecting to glance over to the electrical inspection fees to see a Q and an R, and I'm not seeing any Qs or Rs over there. So that may be something we need to cross reference there. But I think Representative Larson is correct. I'll bet the fee schedule in the IVC is for plan reviews, and now we're going to quantify inspections on the separate page. I'll bet that's what we'll find out, but it should be nice to be clarified.
Okay, wait.
Mr. Chairman.
We're going to go, Mr. Vice President, we'll come back to you, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, I'm curious as to why under the International Building Code, there is also an International Residential Code. And I've just been doing a little research here, and there are some differentials and fee schedules between an International Residential Code, which typically deals with single or multi-family units of a certain size. I'm trying to find some information, but why wouldn't we adopt both of those codes and then have some price differentials associated? And I think it gets back to some of the committee's concern. What's the difference between a single family house for inspection versus a community facility? So because I'm looking at many places adopt both codes and then have a differential fee schedule associated with those, given the standards. So why are we not looking at that?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Gates, I'll turn that over to the deputy director. Because of the way that we've adopted codes, there is we've adopted the IBC, we adopt a number of codes, but the IRC is not included. But, Deputy Director, if you would, sir.
Mr. Chair, Senator Hicks, if I could just provide a brief historical perspective that I think will frame a lot of the discussion and questions here, if I may. The governor's appointed fire council, 5-person council, by rule adopts the codes as referenced that we act under. The council's latest adoption, which happened in April of 2021, so recent, adopted the 2021 International Building Code, the International Mechanical Code, the International Fuel Gas Code, the International Existing Building Code, and the International Fire Code. There are many other international codes that are published by this international code company nationally. One of those is the International Residential Code. We have the council, thus the state of Wyoming has not adopted the International Residential Code. So it's just those 5 adopted codes. So we don't apply or use any of the IRC. In addition to helping answer some of the questions, if I may, Mr. Chair, is correct in the fact that 359108, page 2, paragraph D specifically deals with plan review fees collected. It's separate and distinct from anything from page 3 on. We are referencing and proposing the collection of those fees goes from 100% general fund to a 60-40 split, which is the same split that we do use in the electrical division that is referenced in, I believe it's 359120, which is upcoming. And those fees are generated from the fees on page 3 and beyond. So there's, we're talking 2 separate and distinct pieces here.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Follow up.
Mr. Chairman.
Let's do your follow-up, and then we'll go back to Representative Steve, and then we'll go to Representative
So
Larson.
follow-up is if they adopted the international building codes, based on the information that I've been presented, the international residential building code is to a certain degree less stringent because you're not dealing with public buildings and all these other things. And so what I'm trying to get at is by doing so, have we now shifted a higher standard of building codes onto residential facilities and higher fees associated with that versus if we would have adopted the international residential building code?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, again, I'll defer, but I would, with us not adopting the residential codes, it does not increase the requirements on the residents. It actually removes requirements from those residents because of we have not adopted the international residential code.
But Mr. Chairman, the standards are higher for under the international codes for public buildings than they are for residential buildings.
And Mr. Chairman, I believe that would be correct.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Deputy Director. If I could, I would ask for
Okay.
some clarification from the Deputy Director.
Mr. Chair, Senator Hicks.
Go ahead.
In regards to the statute on page 2, 359108, that is a program or a service that we provide under previous statute. I think it's 359107, where it outlines the duties, roles, and responsibilities of the department. Plan review is one of those. In that earlier statute, I believe it's 359107, it specifically defines what we have authority to do and enforcement authority to do and what types of structures. It only says that we have authority in commercial public buildings. It says we have no authority under that statute in any residential structures, from the fire plan review, the fire inspection piece, we have no enforcement authority. The only enforcement authority that comes in later on in statute is through the electrical division, through these electrical plan review fees, licensing fees, inspection fees. That comes later, and that is all adopted. All of those codes are based under the National Electric Codes that is automatically adopted when it is upgraded by statute. Again, I'm suspecting kind of what's happening here is that we're missing a separate and distinctive thing. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
We're getting our wires crossed.
Mr. Chair, I would say so.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
For the director and deputy director, so if 35.9.108 subsection D is printed on the top of page 2 of the draft bill, if it's intended to be limited to collecting fees for plan reviews, would you agree that it would be a good idea for us to delete the words "and other inspections" on page 2, line 2?
Well, Mr. Chairman, which line was that, Representative? State?
Page 2, line 2, because it says fees for plan reviews and other inspections. Would you agree with me that we should delete those words "and other inspections" in order not to create a conflict between this provision and what we're doing on page 3 and 4 of the bill?
Look at that. You see?
Mr. Chairman, Representative State. There are other inspections that we do that we haven't, that we don't charge under, under the rule there. And so we would prefer that that language stay in. But I think that back with subsection D, where it says code and adjusted for inflation is adopted by rule or regulation, that is language we should consider to have removed, which may address the concern. And that's page 2, paragraph D.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Do you mind repeating that? What language do you want deleted? I just didn't understand.
And Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith, it would be page 2, paragraph D. And there's the language of the fee schedule of the International Building Code and adjusted for inflation is adopted by rule. I think that we probably need to make some changes there to remove a part of that. We do need to continue with the International Building Code, but I believe that we can remove the adjusted for inflation as adopted by rule or regulation by the department.
But you probably still want the regulation in there, right?
So, and
adopted by
let me go back on.
As adopted by rule.
Representative Stith, on your, about deleting that reviews and inspections, you don't want to do that. So D says the department shall collect fees for plan reviews or other inspections, sectors provided in subsections Q and R in the section, now provided by, and then you've got all this. So then R and S is there shall be no inspection fees for school buildings. And S is plan reviews may be submitted in phases so that work may begin on the first phase of a project upon approval of the plans of the phase. Subsequent work may begin on each successive phase plan. So if you get rid of that, then you're removing the exemption for inspections for school buildings. So if you're gonna do that, you got to fix that somewhere else.
So, Mr. Chairman, let me take another run at this. All I'm trying to do is avoid a conflict between two provisions of the statute. Does it make sense then? Because obviously the reference to other inspections on page 2, line 2, you don't want that to include the inspections that we're talking about on page 3, right? Because if you do, you create a conflict. So do we want to create a further exception that says, except as provided in subsections Q and R of this section and as provided in 35-9-120 C Romanet 1, for example?
So Mr. Coach, you don't need that because it's already directly implied over the topic of each statute. They're dealing with totally different things. So the inspections are not, they literally do not relate to what's happening in 35.9.120.
Okay, so if it's not a problem and everyone understands it, then I'm good with it too.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Kinsky.
so I'm trying to read the whole statute while we're talking. So plan review is mandatory for commercial buildings. And I think it's mandatory for residential buildings.
Mr. Chairman, plan reviews are not mandatory for residential buildings. Am I mistaken?
Mr. Chair, Senator Kinsky. Plan reviews that would, in general, yes, that is correct. Now, when I make that statement, the exception to that is if there are solar plan review or solar PV projects added to a residential unit, then those are plan reviewed. And, but in the vast majority of the cases, other than solar, there are no plan reviews for residential.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so then 120 calls out the price for inspections, but these are only inspections that are requested. Are inspections mandatory for either for commercial buildings? Because it looks like inspections are voluntary for residential. It's because you request somebody to come inspect your residence. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
And so then what is the rule for commercial inspections? Are inspections mandatory on commercial structures?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct also.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could add on, the residential electrical inspections only come into play when there is a connection or a disconnection from the power grid. So if there's a metering process that's taking place and that location is disconnected from the power company, let's say, and then reconnected, prior to reconnection, an inspection is required. And so that would be on a residential setting for the electrical.
So, Mr. Chairman, it appears that what we're dealing with on page 3 was a prior legislative attempt to maintain the fees from not exceeding a certain level on voluntary residential unit inspections, and then the mandatory inspection in the event of reconnect to the grid, I guess. Because this is all phrased as shall not exceed. Must have been some legislator felt he paid too much for his residential inspection at some point.
No, it's probably LSO craft. So, Mr. Co-Chair, really, the whole point of this was, I think, at our directive to say, we're paying too much general fund dollars for these individual projects. And so we asked them to raise fees in a reasonable amount to help offset the costs. And it makes it simpler, so we don't have to take all the funds that they collect, put it into the general fund, and then pull it right back out when they come and ask for appropriation for it. We're trying to facilitate that, plus raise the fees to cover the costs. So my question is, Tamara, I presume that you have gone through this thought process that we just are trying to do here, and are comfortable basically with the language. And do you see any issues in what we've discussed here that are perhaps, have we raised issues that raise a red flag to you someplace?
Tamara?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I appreciate the question. I do think that I do want to let everyone know that when the legislature decided in 2003 to update all of the building code references to reference the International Building Code, they specifically went into that legislation and went into subsection D and pulled out the 1997 Uniform Building Code and inserted that. Previously, it had said as provided in the most current building code. So that was an intentional move in 2003 to incorporate the International Building Code, but pinpoint that 1997 code. And without having those before me, I don't know what the policy decision might have been there, why they chose the 1997 code at that time and why they updated all other statutes. This is the only reference to that 1997 code. So I'm not real sure about that. That was obviously a policy decision, and now this is a policy decision. It does make me slightly uncomfortable that I don't have that fee schedule of the building code in front of me. And that was just a matter of time. I'm sure the department could provide it to me now upon request. And it's just hard for me to tell you what's in it without having it. And it's one of those codes that the public can't just open up. I don't believe. I think it's copyrighted.
So Tamara, let me just follow up on that, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead.
What, I mean, we can work this bill and get a draft ready, but before we do, we want to know what the real impact is of going from 97 to the international code, which you guys can provide to us. Is that doable?
Mr. Chairman, it is doable. It would be an interesting project because of the volume of information in the 1997. We would have to do a comparison. If that's
Right. Well, the only comparison is on the
Fee schedule.
only on the fee
yeah,
schedule.
on the fee schedules for these commercial buildings under 108, right?
Mr. Chairman, we could do that. I
Well, and
believe
so
that
let me follow up. And so what we're curious about, is that going to result in an increased fees that you're going to be charging under 108? We don't know.
Mr. Chairman, just from inflationary factors, when we talk about adjusted for inflation, since 2005, now not from 1997, but from 2005 to the current day, nationally, we have seen approximately a 47% increase in inflation. That's approximately 2.7% per year has been generally the average on that, with some down years. What we have adjusted for here, plus the regional, I guess, references for the dollar amounts, reflects approximately a 2%. And so less than the inflationary rate based on the national standards. And so we have that information on it. And we could go back and do that type of a calculation based on the 1997 Uniform Building Code fees, if you would like.
Well, Mr. Co-Chair, you haven't been using a 1997 building code. You've been using the international one already, right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
So what we're doing is just making this conform to your practice.
Mr. Chairman, that would be correct.
So
Mr. Chair.
I can tell you, just going back and looking at the 1997 Uniform Building Code, it's based off permit fees, and then a plan review fee was 65% of the building permit fee. And so those were, like for under $500, it was $22.50. And so it'd be 65% of that number would be.
Plus inflation.
But then you go to inflation. So hit it by, multiply that by 1.47, and multiply it by 0.65, and then multiply by 1.47, and you got the answer. But I mean, so the big one, so you go back to our house. So $100,000 to $500,000 is $993.75 for the first 100,000 plus $560 for each additional $1,000 or fraction thereof. So, I mean, so you can print that off and we can do that calculation. So it's, anyway, but that's what we're asking for. You go back and look at that, look at the plan review fee schedule, hit it with the inflation factor, and let's see where we're at. I guess that's the question, right?
Well, yes, although I think they're using the international building code now, so we need to compare it.
Yeah.
We need to see what they're doing now. Because all we're doing is approving what they're doing now. I think Senator Steinmetz has a question.
Yeah, thank you,
Good.
Mr. Chairman. I might just be able to help with that. I was looking through their rules and regs as we were talking about this. So I think what might be helpful for us is in your documents, your rules, page 2-5 is your fee schedule, and it works off total valuation, and then the fee of $16.03 off of the valuation. Is that what you're using? Is that what this on page 2 refers to now, that would go to the International Building Code, which we can't see we can see the residential, but we can't see the commercial. So it might be helpful to know how this bill would impact those fees that you're charging right now. And then also they have, it looks like you are charging $49.31 per hour for inspections. And reinspection fees 109.38. So I think for me, I'd like to see a comparison of that page, how this bill would affect that page of fees. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So why don't we do this? Let's just take a moment, regroup. Why don't we just, Tamara, if you go back, if you guys if you guys could figure that out and see where we're at versus, trying to figure out what we're charging and what the effect of what this does. We're just trying to figure that out. And then, and why don't we just do that? I mean, I don't think we can work this bill because we don't have enough information. Right? So.
I don't think we pulled the right size wire.
Yeah,
I think we're pulling.
I'm
out
not
too
even
many
sure,
wires.
I'm sure we have the right phase that was in the plan. I mean, maybe, so it was, anyway.
Can't help ourselves. We got an overload.
Does that work with you guys?
Work for you
I don't
guys.
think it'll take too long to figure it out.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for the time. We appreciate it. We'll.
Thank you for
Thank
bringing,
you.
doing what we asked you to do.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. There's
We
no
only,
card.
we only asked you to help us not put too much general fund to you. And now we don't
There's-
want you to do that.
There's this old cartoon of this guy going, "Oh crap, they did just what I asked them to." I gotta feel like that.
Let's take a
Thank
little
you.
break.
Yeah,
We apologize.
let's take a minute break and clear the cobwebs. So let's take a 10-minute recess here. Regroup.
He gets into the briar patch every time. we get into codes.
Great trepidation, and we'll take up the next bill. 22 LSO 289, version 1.3. State officials group, state employees and officials group insurance plan premiums. So with that, Tamara, welcome back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and I thought this was the hard one, so get ready. No, just kidding. This bill relates to the state's group health insurance plan. It doesn't include the life or supplemental insurance for dental, et cetera. It's written specific to the health insurance plan for the instructions that, as I understood them. It was requested by members, and it would require legislative approval for decreases to premiums that are assessed to employees for health insurance, whether by a rate holiday or a permanent decrease. There on page 1, you see the title. It relates to the group insurance program and amends requirements for adjusting premiums for the health insurance plan and makes conforming amendments. The bulk of this bill is conforming amendments. Under existing statutes in 93205 at SEC, we see several references to the department, and that's the Department of Administration and Information. We see references allowing them to determine the amount of payroll deductions and premiums and to contract for premiums and to set the premiums. So the first conforming reference you see is on page 2, line 13. This just subjects the department's authority to this new provision that you'll see created then in a couple pages. Same thing on page 3, lines 4 and 5, a conforming amendment to reference this new subsection F. Now, this new subsection F on page 3, lines 7 through 12 is the heart of the bill. It provides that on and after the effective date, which is July 1st, 2022, the monthly premiums assessed for coverage under the health insurance plan shall not be permanently or temporarily decreased. It doesn't apply to increases, just decreases. Shall not be temporarily increased by the department unless authorized by the legislature when establishing and appropriating the state's contribution under Wyoming statute 93210A. That's the state's contribution for the health insurance plan premiums. I'm sure there are many ways that the legislature could oversee rate increases or rate decreases or rate holidays. This bill just selected the existing process. Every biennium, the legislature has determined the amount of the state's contribution for the insurance plans and appropriated those in the section 300s. And so this would build upon that and require that legislative approval to be done at the time the state is making those contribution decisions for appropriations. Then the remainder of the bill continues the conforming changes on the bottom of page 3. This is just a change to reference this new subsection to the department's authority to establish premiums that are then charged for participating school districts, and then same on page 4 for participating boards of cooperation. Finally, on page 5, there's just a technical change to get rid of that hyphen there on line 2. It matches the way non-supplemental is spelled on page 4, just the prior sentence. And then the effective date is July 1st, 2022. That concludes my summary. I'm happy to take questions. I think we also have members from the department planning to join as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Tamara? Go ahead, Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, Tamara, I like the policy expressed in this bill. My question is, does subsection F as drafted raise any separation of powers concerns? That is, it's sort of analogous to a legislative veto. Does legislative approval apply that the governor also signs such, approval into law?
And Mr. Chairman, Representative Stitt, I'll answer that. One of the reasons that I've drafted this to tie it to the state's contributions is because of that issue. Certainly when the legislature sets up a plan and directs the department to administer it, it raises issues of separation of powers under the Wyoming Constitution to have a hands-on role in administering that plan. And so this is tied to the fact that the state makes contributions. They are responsible for appropriating sums every biennium by the statute itself that they passed. I think when it was originally passed in the 70s or the 60s, the state used to contribute $7 for employees' monthly plans. Now the state contributes thousands, and that's done through appropriation every biennium. And so that connection there is that in determining the amount that the state wishes to appropriate, that the legislature wants to include in the budget bill, there should be some connection to what the rates are going to be. And this would presume that the legislature wants to know if there's going to be a rate holiday when they're deciding that amount to appropriate. And so that's where that connection comes in. I don't know that it doesn't still raise some issues, but I've attempted to tie it to a contingency related to the appropriation, such that it has that nexus, and the legislature does have a valid role. They are the appropriator of funds and should have some information and ability to determine what amount to appropriate, what's the total cost going to be, and will it be changed on them without prior knowledge. So I hope that addresses your question.
Thank you. Any other questions for Tamara? Any other questions? Go ahead.
So-
Senator Kinski.
So Tamara, I guess this kind of follow on to Clark. The background on this is in appropriations, the A&I brought to us the fact, this was fairly recent in the past, that the system was, the health insurance plan was, if not insolvent, soon to be. And it fell to this committee to come up, fashion a means by which solvency was to be achieved, and it was achieved. And subsequently, we found out that rate holidays were being given. So after all the pain that we went through as a committee, we want to make sure that something like that doesn't happen again. So there's a number of ways. Let me ask you about a couple of scenarios and tell me if you think your language comprehends this. So I think this encompasses a rate holiday. Does it encompass if the employee share is reduced from 82% to 80%? Would this language stop that from happening without our oversight?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, this affects the monthly premiums assessed for coverage. So it does not affect the state's contribution. Whatever, that's not expressed as a percentage in the Section 300, it's expressed as a number, but it's based on a percentage. And so every biennium the state gets to, the legislature determines what that percentage is going to be and then calculates it and then specifies that amount. So no, this subsection just relates to the monthly premiums assessed for coverage.
Okay, and then Mr. Chairman, follow on if I
Go
may.
ahead, Paul, ask your questions.
So would this prohibit, for instance, changing the copay from $1,000 to, or the deductible on a plan from say $1,000 to $750? That impacts the amount of collections. Would this prohibit that?
Go ahead.
Members of the committee, I don't believe so. I think that the department still has the general authority to manage and administer the group insurance plan, and that includes determining the specifics of that plan coverage. But if the department interprets this differently, I would be happy to hear that.
Thank you. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Tamara, I want to make sure that I'm tracking this in my understanding of terms we use. So the way I read this is that the premiums couldn't be reduced without legislative approval. But a rate holiday could be granted because that's not changing the premium. And so during the course of a biennium, the agency would have the ability, if they felt that there was more funds in the reserve than we should have could implement a rate holiday, but they could not reduce the assessment of premiums assigned to the employee. Is that accurate or not?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, that's a good point. It was actually intended, my drafting instructions specified that it should apply to rate holidays. I am hearing your reading now and questioning whether that language has been crafted narrowly enough to cover that. That is, you're right, it does apply to the monthly premiums assessed for coverage, meaning that are assessed to the employees for coverage, and they cannot be temporarily decreased. I was attempting in the language here to address rate holidays with that, but it sounds like there may be some ambiguity there that should be corrected if that is still the will of this committee to prevent rate holidays absent approval.
So following up on that question, Tamara, so when we talk about the assessment of the premium, you're saying there is potential to differentiate between the assessment and the required payment or turnover to the health insurance program to cover those claims. You think that do you think that's ambiguous with respect to it's not the monthly premium amount, it's the monthly premiums assessed. That's the ambiguity?
Chairman, yes, it's potential. There could be ambiguity between the monthly premiums assessed and the monthly premiums charged and deducted. I hadn't read it that way when first writing this just a few days ago, but it's possible that there are other interpretations.
Okay. Any other questions for Tamara? Any other questions? All right, let's go to Director Bach. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, JAC. On that discussion, real quick, we interpreted it similarly to the way Tamara had interpreted it, that if you have a temporary reduction of the rate to zero, which is essentially what a rate holiday is. So we had read it the way Tamara intended it. That's just for your clarification on how we were reading it as well. But I did want to make just 2 points. I think I mentioned it yesterday that everything with rates goes through with the governor's office. So I would argue that it takes the control away from the governor. The other issue we have is that the legislature is not in session when a lot of these decisions are being made in the summer, late spring, summer, and fall. So my concern would be that we would be behind the 8 ball when it comes to asking the legislature, for example, for a decrease or a rate holiday. Those are the 2 main issues that we can see with the bill. I'm not sure. I want to make sure that it's clear we did not do a rate holiday. So we did do a reduction of 6%. Most people, what they see in their paycheck is about a $4 to $11 decrease. So we did not do a rate holiday. We have not done a rate holiday since we had the discussion in Riverton about the concerns with the plan. And then if you'll remember, we worked with the legislature and determined a way out of that issue with the pandemic helping us quite a bit. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Director Bach? Trish, a quick question. I mean, and that's my thought when as I read this was, the concern is about going down, but can you give me an instance where there's been or you've imposed a significant increase because you anticipated a shortfall. So this gate swing is going to swing both ways. It prevents a reduction, but also prevents an increase. So tell me, how does that work?
Chairman, and maybe I need you to ask that question again. My interpretation of this is that it's only decreases.
Yeah, only permits decreases. Okay, thank you.
But if it, increases, for example, in the last year, last 2 years, back in 2019, although the premium didn't increase in the way you would think it would, but when we were at 85.15 and now we're at 82 for the premium rate, that increased significantly for the employee, not necessarily for the state, but for the employee. So that premium increase would be an example. But the way that I read this is just a decrease.
This is a decrease. Yeah, you're right. I overread it. So, but if you could afford a decrease, I mean, wouldn't the worst case scenario simply be that that you would have additional money left in the pool? I mean, that's the downside of it is if it was actuarially there was a decrease was appropriate, the only real effect is you're delayed 6-7 months, and so the result is that you end up with a higher surplus. I mean, isn't that just the downside?
Thank you, Chairman. If I understand the question correctly, for example, a 6% decrease in the premium, we're hoping to take some money out of the reserve. That is the reason why the main reason why we're doing this is that with the COVID and the pandemic, as all the other insurance companies in the country are experiencing a surplus. So what we had recommended was to do a 6% decrease to take approximately $19 million out of the reserve. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think it does. It does by just thinking about it the opposite direction. So yes, thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
Well,
Any other questions for the director?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Drew.
Thank you. So I'll ask. So I understand that's what you did. And I too think back to a couple of years when the fund was in jeopardy and we were being asked to backfill it. And so my question is, and I think the genesis of this bill is about why wouldn't you let that surplus just grow until the next session, and then we could address it and talk about it in a global term. I understand that you're doing it and understand that the governor goes through and checks your work. But it seems like at the end of the day, if there's a deficit later, we're the ones that kind of get left holding the bag on this. So walk me through how that works, about why you decided that this was the time to give $19 million back, which is terrific, but maybe see it from the other side, from our point of view, that maybe that was putting us in a precarious position if things changed, and then all of a sudden you come back and say, we're in a deficit situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Perkins.
Go ahead, Trish.
Senator Grew, first, I want to make sure we did not ask for any backfill or additional appropriation. This was all accomplished through changing a little bit, tweaking the plan, changing things up. So there was no additional appropriation. We have never asked for that. This was just an adjustment. And I say just, and I shouldn't say just. It was a significant adjustment. When we're in the situation, if we did a rate holiday, and that is generally a little bit before my time. I think when I first came in as the HR administrator, that next month, I think, was a rate holiday. What I was not involved in thoroughly, but that would be an additional, I think it's almost 25 million if you did a rate holiday. So what we tried to do and what we brought was some options. And one of the options was if we do a 6% decrease, we feel pretty comfortable with that going through even next year. And then we can get back to have our levels at a reasonable floor or ceiling for our reserve. Right now, we're a little high. We're running a little high in the report that we'll be doing for 2020 will kind of give us an idea where we sit for this year. So what we try to do is stay in that sweet spot where we don't get to the point where the federal government will come in and say, hey, you have too much money, and you have a surplus, or I think they use the word making a profit. So what we try to do is watch that going throughout the year. So I know that it is a good thing that we're able to save the employees some money. It'll be the first time, if there is an adjustment for salaries, that we won't also have an increase in both EGI and retirement. In fact, we'll have a slight decrease. For example, most people are seeing a $4 increase in their pay, but at least it's not an increase. And those are the discussions we had with the governor's office. And, you know, I know that it's the EGI and ANI that are the ones that take that to the governor's office, but we keep in very close discussions with EGI, with the governor's office. So hopefully that answered at least some of your question.
It does, and thank you. And I just want to make sure you understand when I ask that question, and I'll just speak for myself, but I'm sure that there may be some that agree with me, that we too share the desire to make sure that the program always stays solvent, that the program always stays actuarially sound, that we feel like that's our duty to the employees, and we feel that very keenly. And that's kind of, I think, at the heart of what we're trying to get at here, and not anything else. Just like what you described, and that we have to work together on that. And I think that's kind of at least why I look at this anyway. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, and I agree, Senator Grew, and I think we worked very well together in the last 2 years on trying to make some adjustments to the plan. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this bill? Anyone who wishes to speak on this bill? Is anybody in the room? All right, we'll close off public comment. Bill's been moved by Vice President, second by Senator Steinmetz. Committee, your pleasure. Is there any amendments? Any discussion? Any amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Representative Simpson.
committee members, I know that we're unhappy with this decision that's been transferred here, but do we really want this bill? This really appears to just be a knee-jerk reaction to a situation. I think we've sent the message that we'd like to be involved in this in the future. I just checked my crystal ball, and it has the word veto written all inside the ball. I just think we're going through a lot of hoopla, and nothing will come out of it. So I'm going to be a no vote on this bill.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, and I'm going to be a yes on the vote, and I've never gone in sponsoring or debating legislation on what the executive branch was or wasn't going to do. I don't think that should enter into our consideration as far as whether we move this forward. My concern is we've got a long history of issues here to the tune, and then I think the director talked about it back in Riverton when I first sat on this committee, of coming in and saying we have a potential $30 million deficit. And there was no discussion with the legislature about how we got there. It just got there. And we are the appropriators. That is our separation of powers. We're supposed to appropriate that money. But I would go on and say, Mr. Chairman, then we went into a series of discussions for over a year with this agency and looked at a multitude of options as far as compensation policies with health insurance and a range of issues and discussions, and actuarially tables and all that stuff. And again, it's our responsibility to appropriate the money and set those guidelines. And then we find out again, there was an adjustment that was made without the consultation of the legislature on a policy like that. So it seems to me there's there needs to be more legislative oversight and input into this process, because it's not just happened once, it's happened twice, and it's happened 3 times, and it's gone on for a period of time. And I do feel it's our appropriate responsibility as the legislative branch to provide this guidance to the agencies when necessary, particularly as it fiscally impacts the state of Wyoming. So I have a great respect for my colleague from the House. I just going to disagree on this one, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment. Is my memory, as feeble as it may be, when we got into this position, I think a large portion of this committee's meeting in Riverton was discussing how we got here. So I think there was some pretty significant discussion on how we got into the position that we did, at least from my memory.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
So, this problem has been an issue since I've been in the legislature, and it continues to come up. My recollection of at least, I think twice, the past administration did rate holidays. And as a result of those rate holidays, then, and this is about the time that Trish came in, we had to increase rates. We had to do a bunch of things because we were underwater. And so the question then, and it is now, is, well, how do we stabilize this and make it so it's more comprehensible to state employees, that it's more stable, and that and it doesn't get bounced, and we don't get bounced around, meaning the legislature. And it seems to me we may want to add another component to this bill that says that before the governor raises rates, that they have to come before this committee, because this is the committee that does it, and at least tell us the numbers and show us and let us allow to make a recommendation to the governor, so it doesn't all happen behind closed doors before it lands. And perhaps this bill may be a touch too aggressive. If they would just come before this committee and say, this is what we want to do, and let us give input, and then if we don't like it, we can do something about it. So I'm kind of torn on it. Generally, I like the concept, and I like the message. But I'm not sure that this bill is ready to kick out. And frankly, I'm not sure it solves all the problems that we have. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other comments? Go ahead, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And following up on what the co-chairman said, I agree. I think conceptually it is doing something we think is important. I'm concerned that the mechanism might not actually work with the way that health insurance premiums are determined and the timing on it. And I guess I would like enlightenment on that, because as the director said, if they're doing their work with a new carrier and trying to establish new rates in the summertime, we are not in a position to review it. I just don't know how that works.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, other debate, other discussion? Go ahead, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to reiterate, like I say, I think we're all trying to do our best to try to get a handle on this. And I've kind of been through the ups and downs over the year. And I guess the only thing that leads me in favor of this bill, or one of the things it does, is the unknown. We're going through this unprecedented time right now. One of the reasons that was cited by the director in her testimony about why the rate reduction came is because of COVID-19 and the fact that people weren't going in for elective surgeries. And so that was making the the fund raised to a point where they've decided to give a reduction. Well, on the same point of view, if 6 months from now, all of this is behind us, some miracle cure comes out tomorrow, and all of a sudden everything's fine, hospitals are open, and now all of a sudden all the knee surgeries, all the pent up demand for elective surgeries that it goes throughout the width and breadth of the state system, all of a sudden comes to fruition, and everyone hits the hospital at the same time. Boom, we're right back in the soup. And so I worry about that because no one in this room knows if what I just said is true and could happen, or it could go in the exact opposite direction. So that's why I think we need this bill. On and forth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other discussion. I'm just curious if rather than if we talk about that, would it be appropriate to try and find a range so that it's only if there's an adjustment beyond a certain amount that then maybe they at least report or advise the legislature, something along those lines. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think you've got to just the nature of how they do it. It's, you know, the timing is just bad. And so, you know, it would, you know, but you know, I've been through a couple of these too. And I remember there's been a couple since my service has been where you find for various reasons, some self-inflicted, some just because that's the way life goes, that the fund found itself in trouble and required a lot of attention. But and when it goes big, it hurts. It hurts us. It hurts the employees. It hurts a lot of folks because all of a sudden you got to come up with a bunch of money you didn't know you were going to have to come up with. So, you know, I would love to see this. I mean, I don't want to take away the discretion to move some things up and down to adjust if there's excess money in the reserve account, you know, and you want to bleed off a little bit. Fair enough. You know, that certainly is within discretion. But you know, when to make a big change, when you make a rate holiday for a month, it's what is it, like 25 million or better? It's a big, well, my management, we don't have as many employees as we used to have. So,
Well, Mr. Co-Chair,
anyway, those are kind of my thoughts as I think about how this bill might work.
I think it's a good concept. What's amazing is that 6% reduction will take away $19 million out of the fund. And so probably what we need to talk about is establish the range of the fund that we want to be. And say, if you go outside, if it has a trending inside or outside of that range, they've got to come to us in one fashion or another. Is that what you're thinking?
I'm kind of thinking like that. And Trish, if Trish is still there, did she go away? Oh, well,
I'm still here. Sorry. I just had it off.
All right. So anyway, thinking about that, Trish, I mean, is there some correlation that we could establish between the fund and rate and something like that we establish a range that we can all agree, hey, you know, if you're inside that, it's, you know, it's appropriate discretion, but if you go on that, you at least come and report to joint appropriation or something. So we get aware that we're having a broader swing than just a mild mid-course correction.
And Chairman, thank you very much. I was thinking about that as you were talking. We do have what is called a ceiling and a floor for the reserve fund. We used to have essentially a policy that said 3 months of premiums. Currently, since the issues that arose, which brought me to Riverton as interim director, we have instituted a floor and a policy. So what that means is we don't want to go below this number in the reserve, and we don't want to go above this number in the reserve. And the above high number, and I'm going to estimate, is about 75, 80 million, somewhere around there. That's high. We currently right now are at, I think at the beginning of the month, we were at 88 million. 89 million. And we've been around that and a little higher for the last couple months. So that's what precipitated the reduction. So to answer your question, I think there are other options. If we get, we could have reports that show you where we are on a quarterly basis in that reserve. That is what I get them on a monthly basis, but we could do something quarterly. Those are the things that we could do. And I think you're right. I think that would telegraph whether there might be an increase or a decrease in the future.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
let's go, let Senator Kinsky wait in, then we'll come back to you. Mr.
Well, I just, I'm following up on Co-Chairman Nicholas's comment. I would like to see a little more work on the language. I'd like to see the language written in such a way that it's not just the premiums, but that anything that negatively impacts the collections. And I think that exception might be language which deals with the federal statute regarding how much you can have in reserve and at what point you have too many reserves. And then I'd also ask if Tamara might give us a briefing on that federal statute. You know, how is that calculation done? How long do you have to come into compliance when it looks like you're out of compliance? Do you have to do it instantly? Do you have a year or two? And so that we understand whether it's necessary for us to have a trigger between legislative sessions or not to, I think the word was bleed off some of the excess reserves. I think if we understood that law a little bit more, it would help guide our discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just, the whole discussion about, being able to act in a short time or prudently. This is a slow moving tanker ship, folks. And, you can run the actuaries and you can look at the expenditures, 12 months to make adjustments. You should be able to see this coming with funds going up or down. It's not something that all of a sudden between one quarter and the next that you're going to lose 25 or 30% of your funds unless there's something given multiple rate holiday discounts or something like that. So I think that the 12-month time frame, looking at the utilization and the balance in the account, is well within a reasonable time frame for the legislature to be able to adjust that policy or those rates or that cap as needed. Anyway, just my thoughts, Mr. Chairman, as far as the timing issues.
All right, thank you. So, or anyway, we are on the bill. Are there any amendment suggestions to the bill? Any amendments to the bill? Actually, I would really like to propose, and this would be actually this is going to be a concept amendment, Tamara. But ultimately, I think what it is I think I would like to leave to kind of leave the main thought in place and then create two exceptions. So one of them is that if one of them is just and Director Bach, I think it would be helpful if you did it. But I think if we could, if we want, what we want to do is avoid anything that takes it below the floor amount. And so what we want to do is have that. And so what we need to do is help Tamara with that, is what that floor amount. And then I think, and then being conservative, what we want to do is probably keep it at 10 or 15% above your floor amount.
What we may want to do, because that floor amount is something that I think, tell me if I'm wrong, Tris, that you, at most, you modify that or change that every year or every other year. So perhaps we could put language in here that the floor, that high and low floor will be reviewed by the JAC every year so that we know what it is, and then we can tailor into what you're doing.
Right, and I think that's, thank you. I think that's obvious. I think that's a friendly amendment. That's the concept, is just create a little bit extra margin above your floor. And then I think that the ceiling then is this upper amount when you start to get, probably when we're at like 90% of the 90% of the ceiling that the federal government imposes on us. When you're 90% of that. So those are the exceptions. When you exceed, when you're outside those limits, then you go ahead and you can make your adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the committee's background, I did want to bring to your attention that Section 304, which is in every biennial budget, at least for the last 25 years, perhaps more, is a ceiling, and it's a ceiling only on the amount. That has actually come into effect. It came into effect in, I believe, 2020, where initially the agency increased premiums and determined that, oh, that exceeded the ceiling. But right now you have just a ceiling and amounts not to exceed, and it has different amounts. Mr. Chairman, there are actually 8 numbers because of the different family plans, single plan, head of household, that sort of thing. And of course, for each fiscal year, you've capped it.
Mr. Butcher, that ceiling is the amount.
No, Mr. Chairman, there's a fair bit of excess built in. And we've actually received the amounts requested by EGI, which will be before you sometime next week. But it is not the current rate. It allows for some increase in rates. I just wanted folks to understand what the current process is.
But how do those correlate to the ceiling that we're talking about, the 89 million or whatever, 92 million cap?
Mr. Chairman, it is a ceiling on the monthly premiums.
Yeah, that's just a rate premium increase.
Rate ceiling. It's not the pool. It's not the reserve account ceiling. And so I think this is, appreciate that, but this is that little bit different. This is that reserve account ceiling. And so that's the idea, is that when you get out, I think when you get outside, you can't, we want you to stay well within those limits.
Should we discuss it?
Yeah, if you want to discuss it, I mean, obviously we'll see if we might have to, if we take a look, if you could do that, we could look at that next week. That'd be helpful.
Chairman, if that were, somebody's mic wasn't on, so I don't know what, all I heard was laughing.
Oh, they thought somebody else thought my idea was okay. I think that's all you missed.
Oh, okay, that, to have us look at that language that you had talked about, with the.
Yes,
floor
if you could work with Tamara and get us our high and low, and then the concept is that you can't, you've got to control your act. You'll stay within the lines. As long as you stay between the navigational beacons, we'll keep our nose out of it.
Will do. Thank you very much.
So anyway, with that, we'll just table the bill till we get that back and look at it. That's all right. All right. Must be 11 o'clock. We have our friends from the Department of Health. We have our call back for our folks from the Department of Health, I think, is next. So come on up, Stefan. Bring your crew up.
You got 3 black masks on 1 Puma.
That's right.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, Stefan Johansson with the Department of Health. The multicolored mask is a department policy. We can't do all black. We're here to discuss with you the draft bill that I believe you have in front of you, which deals with what we call behavioral analysis, applied behavioral analysis, or what you'll hear referred to as board certified behavioral analysts, or BCBAs. The issue really came over the past calendar year relating to Wyoming statutes governing the practice of psychology, where the term behavioral analysis is mentioned. triggering some interpretations that behavioral analysts around the state, including those that are employed and that we hope to employ at Department of Health facilities, primarily the Wyoming Life Resource Center, potentially the Wyoming State Hospital. And again, behavioral analysts around the state are unable to practice without supervision from a PhD level psychologist or practicing psychologist. That is a statewide issue that you'll see articulated in this bill, in this Practice Act for behavioral analysts and behavioral analysis. For the Department of Health, it's really specific and particular to our 2 safety net facilities, which, as many of you know, care for and treat a very specific and statutorily missioned population, both at the state hospital and especially with the new mission of the Wyoming Life Resource Center, who is statutorily directed now to treat a variety of populations. Most importantly for this discussion, those with exceptionally difficult behaviors, clients that would transition out of the state hospital, be cared for on a short or intermediate term at the Life Resource Center, and hopefully discharged to community placements later in their care. With the model that we're developing and have developed at the Wyoming Life Resource Center with their new mission, the new buildings that we are looking forward to finishing construction on this year and get licensed for the skilled nursing facility and the facility writ large later this winter and spring. The behavioral analysis, applied behavioral analysis, and BCBA model are very important to what we're planning to do at the Wyoming Life Resource Center, and really critical to our ability to successfully meet our mission with the state hospital and the Life Resource Center. The reason this would be beneficial for the Department of Health, and I won't speak for the communities writ large and providers who also employ behavioral analysts, but for the Department of Health, as you all know, we have historically operated a significant waiting list in Title 25. And this model of care at the Life Resource Center will better enable us not only to recruit professionals to do behavioral analysis and this type of treatment at the Life Resource Center, which are, as you know, psychiatrists, psychologists, higher level practitioners are extraordinarily difficult for us to recruit in Wyoming all over the state. But this model of care will allow the Life Resource Center to staff up and care for the patients that come out of the state hospital, which will have an upstream and a downstream effect on all of your communities. So think of courts who are looking to get Title 25 or Title 7 commitments into the state hospital. The more we can admit clients in this area or in other areas to the Life Resource Center, the more the state hospital becomes decompressed and we can better serve our communities for this relatively specific and high level of care that's needed in those systems. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, happy to stand for any questions on the department side. We do have Matt Petrie, our Senior Administrator for Behavioral Health, and Jeremy Forbes, who is available virtually and is the Administrator of the Wyoming Life Resource Center. If you have questions specific to the Department of Health's need and role in this, and I know that Ms. Reed with the Board of Psychology is also here for any questions you might have on the sort of licensing and enforcement end. I'll close by saying in the past several weeks, past month or so, I've been able to participate in a good stakeholder engagement and discussion with Representative Larson, with the board, with various associations, both here in Wyoming and nationally, to get to the place that you see articulated in this bill today. And again, for the Department of Health's very specific role in this, we would be supportive of this bill. Mr. Chairman, happy to stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
Stefan, just can you provide me a little bit of background on the time frame? This has obviously been something that we've seen probably coming down the road a little bit, but because typically this would go before the Joint Health Committee, and I'm just wondering why we're seeing this now and why it wasn't presented as a topic or a bill draft to the Joint Health Committee, and why we're seeing this right now. So just help me understand the time frame that led to where we're at right now with this bill draft, please.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, it's a great question, and you alluded to the main reason, which is timing. The interpretation of what is in Wyoming statute today, as I mentioned, happened in calendar year 21 in the beginning part of it. For the Department of Health, as we have or had 2 behavioral analysts employed at the Wyoming Life Resource Center. Very late in 2021 is when we started having discussions with the Department of Administration and Information, with ANI, about how can we comply with this interpretation, but also not lose valuable staff members or have to demote them, potentially not be able to continue recruiting for that new facility. So it really was timing in that the Joint Labor Committee didn't have another meeting on the calendar, but the point's well taken. These scope of practice issues, especially in the health world, typically do go to that committee. But I'll certainly defer to the folks on this committee that were involved in the discussion on how that could or should move forward as we approach the session.
We'll go to Representative Larson and back to Senator Kinski. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
And then if I may just add on to that, because that was a point of discussion, is when we started putting this together, I reached out to the speaker and says, how, as on our side, if this would, how he would like us to proceed. I reached out to the chairman of Labor and Health on the issue. Both agreed that this would be appropriate if the chairman were receptive to it. So you tried to run it up the appropriate ladder.
Okay, Senator Kinski.
Stephan, I think I know what a psychiatrist is, a social worker, and a psychologist. I have no clue what a behavior analyst is. Is this, and this seems like a pretty big deal. Have you worked with, there's a state association of psychologists. Has this bill been vetted through them prior to being presented to us? Have you worked with them? That's my question.
Go ahead, Stephan.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, yes, as I mentioned in the past 4 to 6 weeks, the Board of Psychology, the Board of Psychology, the Association of Psychology or Psychological Association here in Wyoming, as well as I believe it's called the BCBA Association or Association of Behavioral Analysts, was also consulted in part of this. We participated in a couple of meetings where the merits of this bill, the definitions, all of the provisions we sought, or the group sought feedback from all of those entities. But I defer to Representative Larson for any further
Follow on,
information.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
apologize. I missed that part of your presentation. And then could I follow up with Representative Larson? I didn't understand exactly what you said. You spoke to the committee chairs and they said this should be a JAC bill.
It would not necessarily in the perfect world, not that it should necessarily be Mr. Chairman, a JAC bill, but because of the timing this year, Labor and Health was done with theirs, with all of their interim committee meetings. With the time issue, getting the bill put together, kind of had an option. Do we run it as an individual bill or can we try and get it into a committee and have it a committee bill? So when I reached out to the chairman of Labor and Health, Chairman Wilson and Speaker Barlow, they both agreed with what we're looking at, that this would be an appropriate avenue to take considering those restraints pending the decision of the 2 chairmen. And then, Mr. Chairman, if I could also follow up, as we started looking at the issue, which originated for me with the Department of Health in not one of these meetings, but coming from the superintendent of the Life Resource Center while we're inspecting the campus, saying, I've got some real concerns because of this. I then in return reached out to Director Johansson and asked him how urgent it was, concluded that it was a little more, that there was some urgency to that. So then, as we reached back then to where this could possibly fit, we looked at the Board of Psychology, and the Board of Psychology with Department of ANI, they also had concerns with it and the urgency. And so we, initially, before we started drafting any bill, brought that board and association on Then we find out that in our school districts, we have behavioral analysts working to, particularly as they develop IEPs in special education. Those individuals who again have master's degree and have this board certification had been operating within the school districts because we don't have a licensure mechanism in the state. So if it's not there, they can do it. But with the interpretation of A&I saying the only reference to behavioral analysis is in Department of Psychology, that then to practice behavioral analysis in the state would require you to be a doctor of psychology. So then it just kind of continued to grow then into the Department of Education. So we've included them in these discussions. And then we also determined that from up in Senator Guru and Representative Schwartz part of the world, that there's board certified behavioral analysis that then consult with school districts who are board certified too, but because we don't have a licensure, aren't able to bill insurance companies for their services. So although in the whole scope of things, there's only about 30 board certified behavioral analysis in the state, we didn't think that that was appropriate because this committee sees oftentimes these boards come before us with, and we just continue to grow. We didn't think it was best to have a separate practice act or board for 30 practicing people, but the impact that they have, particularly from my point of view on the state, we needed to address it. So working with the Board of Psychology, we put it in that practice act.
Mr. Chairman.
Just one quick follow on. So my takeaway was that Labor Health didn't have any more meetings scheduled. I'm still unclear why an individual bill is not a preferred route versus Appropriations taking on this bill.
I can answer that.
Okay.
So it's pretty simple. If it's an individual bill, the chances of it being considered on the floor is almost nil. In the House side, at least, President or the Speaker has said it's got a priority. And if it's a committee bill, it will come up before individual bills. And the impact to the Wyoming Life Resource Center is pretty darn significant because of their inability to get, have, number one, pay for the professional psychologist. They have to have these people on the ground. They have them on the ground. And so there's a real urgency to get this done, just for them to be fully staffed and get the people they have to do their jobs.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, and I don't debate the need for it and the merits and the timing and all that stuff. It's just we have different processes in the Senate and again, what I didn't hear was that we had concurrence, that the House chairman of the Health Committee had talked to the chairman of the Senate Health Committee and that there were concurrences and that if both of those committees, the individuals on those committees would co-sponsor the bill, I don't have any doubt of the urgency that it could get introduced. It's just, we haven't run that past our chairman on the Senate side or the committee members. And I think this is probably a great bill, but we've been historically in recent times with the Senate, it's kind of directed to kind of stay within our own lines and the Senate Appropriations Committee. And so you need a co-sponsor. I'd be a co-sponsor with you, but I'm going to have to be a no based on just the different processes that we have in the Senate versus the House associated with these kind of bills. And so again, send me a co-sponsor request. If this isn't a committee bill, I think it's the right thing to do and it needs to be done. But it's just our process is different.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I make one final comment? Did want to mention, based on the discussion, that A&I, really their only role in this has been for the state facilities, obviously, overseeing our state employees. They have been helpful, especially in the past several months, in helping us sort through this, come up with some alternatives and some options to make sure that we don't disrupt the business of the Wyoming Life Resource Center too much where we can't get our job done. So I just wanted to clarify, it's not A&I's interpretation that created this. It's really the statute that has that language in the psychology scope of practice that refers to behavior analysis. And that's really the legal interpretation here. But A&I has been very helpful with us. Obviously, it's not a fix that they can make, but they have been helpful helping us get through this.
Okay, thank you. Is there, we have the Board of Psychology, are they, come on up. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Joanne Reed, the Executive Director for the Board of Psychology. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have on this bill.
I mean, I mean, just generally looking at the bill, it looks like you used to have psychology or psychologist assistants or practitioners. And so now that whole category is now changed to just a behavioral analyst. No, is what's what?
Mr. Chairman, no. Behavior analysis is a completely separate from the psychologists, the psychological practitioners, and the specialists in school psychology. This is an additional profession that's being added to the act, the Psychologists Act.
But it's placed under your board because you're the most familiar board with behavior analysis, the practice of behavior analysis, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, would you like a little history of how this came about?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, that's kind of what this all centers about. And I think what we're trying to figure out is one, you know, how this happened and how it kind of became such an emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to say the board has been approached with this since approximately 2017 by a certain behavior analyst in the state that was interested in obtaining regulation for the behavior analysts in the state. At that time, information provided to me was that there was only approximately 5 practicing in the state. So obviously with up to 35 now, it's obviously grown. The Board of Psychology had discussed the possibility of just writing them into their rule. At the time that they were, at the time it was interpreted that they were able to do this, that they could go ahead and absorb the behavior analysts and just regulate them by rule. There was some question of that. And so they did go to the Attorney General's office for an official opinion as to whether or not they had the authority to regulate behavior analysts. And the opinion from the Attorney General's office came back and said that behavior analysis was the practice of psychology and that no, they did not have the authority to create a new license for the behavior analysts. So that's how this all began.
All right, so that's the issue, is that these individuals are now, the Attorney General's determined that these individuals are practicing the
correct
behavior analysis, and
yes.
that's and that which is forbidden under the practice statute as it's currently written.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thanks. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right, thank you. And your board is in support of this?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Oh, there are some other folks. Okay. We have, so who do we have online today? Who's going to go first? Go ahead, doctor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Dr. Hollis Hackman from Sheridan, Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the Wyoming Psychological Association is supportive of this initiative. We have some concerns about the language in the present bill, but if we can get this bill off the floor into a committee, I think we can work with it there. What our concern has to do with primarily is there's barriers to treatment for folks that are receiving care for autism, and folks that are on the autism spectrum. Our board certified behavior analysts provide services to those folks, but because they're not under any regulatory umbrella within the state, insurance companies are denying the claims for treatment for these folks. And so that's where we've been involved with this all along. It's an access to care issue. And we want to see barriers to treatment removed wherever we can get them removed. So behavior analysis is something that's under the scope of practice for psychologists, and has been as long as I can remember. But as time's gone on, people have developed specialty certifications in this area. And so it's kind of evolved into this separate intervention, if you will, that carries with it a certification process. But these folks, again, aren't under any kind of a regulatory umbrella. And so that gets to be problematic. They really fit under the psychology board as opposed to the other mental health licensing board, because behavior analysis is born out of psychology. It's part of learning theory that we all study in undergraduate and graduate programs. And so I just wanted to share that we're supportive of this effort. We do have some concerns that I don't need to go into now. I think we can address those in committee if we can get the bill to move along. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for the good doctor? All right, thank you very much. And the individual we've got on the screen is, okay, Superintendent, go ahead.
Good morning. My name's Dr. Jeremy Forbes. I am the administrator of the Wyoming Life Resource Center, and happy to answer any questions in terms of the need. I think we've established that at the Life Resource Center. We take care of folks for the safety net in Wyoming, folks with intellectual disabilities, including autism spectrum. And this practice is a well-known practice since about the 1970s, and we've been employing it here since the mid-1990s. I'd further say that under our current federal regulations under CMS, there are certain techniques that we employ here that are really in the realm of behavioral analytics. And so the urgency is certainly there for us to maintain our licensure, as well as practice safely under Wyoming state law. So happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for the director? Thank you very much. Appreciate your time today. Is there anybody else, Karen? Is that it? Okay. All right. I'll just, I appreciate the bill. And I get it. What I'll tell you is that just in the Senate, we'll get our hat handed to us. The Joint Appropriation Committee gets called on the carpet regularly over there if we go too far outside our lane. If you guys want to figure out how to do this a different way, but I'll just, it's just.
No, so Mr. Co-Chair, I appreciate that. I mean, we'd be happy to put you and Senator Hicks as co-sponsors with the House Appropriations Committee.
If that's what moves it forward, whatever floats your boat, I'm okay with.
And without the chairman of the health committee, I think that would be a hard road to hoe. So we would obviously have to have some communications between your House chairman and our House chairman and the committee.
Yeah, if you get chairman, make sure Chairman Baldwin's on board. Yeah, we'll get sent home.
And Mr. Chairman, and I just wanted to join in with Chairman Perkins and Senator Hicks. And
join as a co-sponsor?
I'd happily do that. I'm just reacting to what you had said, Representative Nicholas, that it ties out to appropriations because it's costing the state hospital money. And in the past, that was the rationale for all sorts of bills going through appropriations. To a point, it was known as the committee of everything. And I think we all took a pledge that that's not going to happen anymore. Thank you. I'm happy to support the bill in any other way.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We have, well, we've got Department of Health here. Do we have some, anything else we need to visit with these folks about before we let them go back to work? Go ahead, Representative Larson.
With your permission, we had a number of questions on the use of ARPA funds below the line, the actual use for the funds that in the document that was provided to us show Department of Health and Department of Family Services at time. And so perhaps while we have Director Johansson here, we could get his some explanation on those questions or on those further light knowledge on those now, or if you want to do that now, or was you going to be back when the governor is here this afternoon? And Mr. Chairman, what is your pleasure?
No, we got, what time is the governor showing up, Don?
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, it's the governor's office, not the governor. And I think he is appearing at 1 p.m.
At 1?
We've gotten them up to 1 if.
Okay. So I guess the long story short, we'd like to, we want to have your thoughts on some of the, I think mostly on direct ARPA allocations. There were a number of items in the governor's letters about that. So can we do that in 10 minutes?
Mr. Chairman, that's entirely up to you all. I'm happy to answer the questions that I can here on the Department of Health related proposals there, but I do know Department of Family Services, Workforce Services, Business Council, and Governor's Office are planning to be here at 1. That was the
So,
plan.
yeah, and what I'd like to do is if we get this done in about 15, 10 to 20 minutes, then we'll just take a short lunch and be back at 1 or shortly thereafter. So go ahead. So he's going to answer your
Mr. Chairman, have
questions.
you got the list, Stephen?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I don't have it in front of me, but it can remember it pretty easily.
And then, Mr. Chairman, if my voice.
Sure, you can approach the witness.
If we could also, because I've learned that some of the stuff, although it's state's Department of Health, really comes out of Governor's policy advisors, health advisory committee. And so if you could, as you go through there, give us the origin, if the origin came from the agency or it was the genesis was in that task force, that would be helpful as well.
And your priority.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to follow along. What are we looking at?
Well, I think you're looking at that list, but ultimately, if you go to the governor's letter from December 15th, I think we find them down in that. I thought there's a chart that starts on page 6. And so then that's where the eligible and then the direct starts on page 10. So.
10.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, it might be helpful to reiterate something from the previous Appropriations Committee meeting where the governor's office presented so that I can be efficient with the time here and defer some things to our discussion after lunch when the governor's office and the other agencies are present. The process to get all of these proposals vetted and put in front of you really was one that went through the governor's strike team, of which Health Department, Family Services, Workforce, and Business Council participated. And ultimately, there were kind of a culling of the herd of all of the proposals to make recommendations to the governor, who then ultimately prioritized those and made the recommendations to you. So what I don't want you to hear me say is that there were certain proposals that just came from the Health Department or the Family Services Department or the Governor's Health Task Force and acted in isolation. These all went through that process with the team. But looking at this list.
And let me just interrupt and say, we talked about that. We recognize that. The only designation is that this is where the money would be parked and administered out of through your office. So this wasn't, we understand that wasn't your proposal. These came out of the strike team, the governor's strike team.
Mr. Chairman, that's accurate.
There are many
And
participants.
there are many proposals, like you saw in your information, that we would handle the administrative operations of them. But we did keep track of, especially on the Health and Human Service side, where the initial proposal originated. To Representative Larson's point, some of those came from the agency. Many of them came from stakeholders, associations, providers, community members, and some came from the Governor's Health Task Force, which I'm happy to identify here today. Looking at this list, there's several that I will defer to the afternoon discussion, including the Housing Trust Fund, the Destination Defining Development Program, the BRC gap funding through the Business Council, the ARPA Workforce, Connect Wyoming. But if you start with the Health and Human Services staffing stabilization, that's where I can provide the committee some additional information to start. As you all may recall, the governor did authorize through the use of COVID relief funding last fall, given the status of our hospitals and long-term care facilities, to administer a program to stabilize staffing and provide relief to those facilities, which took the form of a sort of retention funding for employees of those facilities. And there were 98 hospitals and long-term care facilities that were included in that program, where the idea was to provide funding and some additional funding to the current staff, as opposed to just funding the purchase of contract labor, traveling nurses, et cetera, which had really exploded in the market going back to last summer. Traditionally, before COVID, we would see traveling nurses, agency nurses at about a 40 to anywhere from $30 to $60 an hour. And in that time period, Wyoming and the country writ large was seeing market rate for a nurse at $200, $225 an hour. So, taking $10 million and just buying nurses at that rate would not get us very far. So the decision was made, can we try to hang on to some of the staff that these facilities already have? This program here that you saw in the ARPA proposals would expand that beyond hospitals and long-term care facilities. Again, it would be temporary, one time, but would include providers that take care of the developmentally disabled and other providers that care for at-risk populations, which were defined. The way that would work is really similar to the hospitals and long-term care facilities, where the facility received a grant and guidance from the state on how to spend it within the guidelines of the federal guidance, and get that money to the employees of their facilities. What we did with the hospitals and long-term care facilities was exclude executive management, exclude the ability to put that in the facility's bottom line, but really get it to the practitioners, the nurses, the CNAs, dietary, custodial. That would be the same idea with this expansion that you saw in the ARPA proposals. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, on the Health and Human Services Capital Construction Account, as you may recall, with the CARES Act funding, there was a.
Go ahead.
Before you go on, Stephen, how did you come up with 10 million? And what does that relate to in terms of the amount of bonus per person, if you got any just rough ideas? And then how does that compare to what you did with CARES?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Nicholas, it's a good question. The $10 million is an estimate for essentially the expansion across two tiers. Tier one being the hospitals and long-term care facilities, which have already happened. Tier two being facilities that care for extremely vulnerable populations. Again, those that have developmental disabilities, intellectual disabilities, are in congregate settings, et cetera, and at high risk of COVID infection. The third tier would be at your discretion to fund, but would be things like federally qualified health centers, primary care, other types of clinics, freestanding ERs. And the estimates with the $10 million, so $5 million in each of those buckets, tier two and tier three, were, as best we could do as an estimate, match them to what we did with the hospitals and long-term care facilities. The department has many data sets, both in our licensure areas, as well as in other areas where we can look at staffing levels of providers and try to make that math similar to what was provided to those other facilities. For other practitioners, we don't always have a comprehensive data set, so that would have to be worked through in the grant development and the grant program if we expanded this into tier 3.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just briefly, that sounds desirable, but it doesn't, if it's increasing the compensation for existing providers, it sounds more like an ongoing obligation than a one-time. So what will happen after the money is gone?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, it's a great question. This was communicated in the first round of this program to the hospitals and long-term care facilities that it was one time. And so the way it works is not to increase the salary through payroll. It's to add on, temporarily for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months to retain that employee for that amount of time, to put that bump in place. And some we gave some discretion to the facilities and to their managers to, structure it or tier it over a course of time. Some had agreements in place that if you accept these funds or if you get these funds later, you have a contractual relationship to stay at the facility. It really did vary, but it would be by definition one-time funding.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think so. Now I think we're down a little bit. So keep going.
Mr. Chairman, the next area would be the Health and Human Services Capital Construction Account. And as I was mentioning, in 2020, there was a process outlined with the CARES Act funds that largely went through the State Building Commission for facilities that wanted to do COVID-related CapCon projects. This would be similar but broadened, given that the ARPA guidance is a little bit broader for this type of use. And essentially what this would look like is the state determining the types of providers, the sectors, so hospitals, long-term care facilities, other types of providers, going down to community providers like senior centers, human service providers like childcare facilities, to have a one-time opportunity to get grant funding that would be equitably allocated based on those provider types to invest in their physical plant or to upgrade their physical plant. The background here, Mr. Chairman, is through the stakeholder process going back to last summer. Just on the health side, I'll only speak for health. I received dozens and dozens and dozens of proposals that were capital construction related, ranging from $5,000 or $10,000 to redo a parking lot to multi-million-dollar projects at facilities to upgrade HVAC, to convert to single occupancy rooms, et cetera. Rather than give the governor and the legislature, 200 proposals to vote up or down on capital construction, we collapsed this into a grant program that would be an equitable allocation across those providers that wouldn't be the wish list. You probably wouldn't, every provider wouldn't get every one of their capital construction ideas funded, but would have some grant funding that if they were considering a capital construction investment, would have some of these ARPA dollars to offset that cost. With the real idea being upgrade the state's infrastructure for health and human services to have better quality, more attractive facilities for our constituents and our communities, and again, better quality of care, as well as COVID infection mitigation, which were a lot of those proposals from 2020 for God forbid the next pandemic or infectious disease outbreak, to have a little better physical plant structure in some of those provider types. That's the rationale behind this capital construction account that you have in front of you.
Is that, so that'd be public, private, profit, nonprofit, profit, all, everybody, any providers, it's the entire healthcare infrastructure across the state.
Mr. Chairman, that's accurate. The one thing I will add to that, and Director Hibbard could certainly weigh in here too. As you all know, it's very complicated right now with the different funding streams COVID related that are available, including direct grants that came from the American Rescue Plan but are outside of this pot of money. Some of those are capital construction related, but for very specific public health purposes. We would, in conjunction with the budget office, the SAO, and the consultant that's been retained, we would determine any of these grant programs like capital construction, the provider or the entity potentially eligible must not be eligible for another one of those grant programs that's available. So it is difficult. It's a challenge. We're already dealing with it right now. With the amount of money that has been appropriated by Congress, teasing out the different funding streams has been a challenge. This would be one, for lack of a better term, where we would want to and need to set up a somewhat of a payer of last resort mechanism.
Okay, thank you. All right, continue.
The next item, Mr. Chairman, that you asked for my input on was the telehealth investment account. This was primarily revolving around telepsychiatry, which was a proposal and a need that was communicated to the strike team early on in the summer of 2021. I'll give you a little bit of background for my involvement in this, and going back to 2020, and especially as the vaccine development was happening, I probably received numerous calls, had a lot of meetings with technology companies that were proposing solutions for the state for things like vaccine scheduling, appointment scheduling, vaccine tracking. And we largely had what we needed or developed what we needed. So a lot of those technology companies that I spoke with, we didn't retain their services, but it created an idea that that type of technology could be easily, or potentially easily converted into a proposal for the state to make telepsychiatry more efficient for Wyoming. The type of demand that we see in telepsychiatry ranges from providers who need a psychiatric evaluation and don't have that provider or can't get one quickly, to the court systems through Title 25, where a county attorney or a judge need a psychiatric evaluation. And as you know, those are limited resources in the state. Part of this proposal would involve a request for proposals, a competitive bid, to put that out there for a technology company to design a platform that would enable more efficient delivery of telepsychiatry to the types of customers I just mentioned. In addition, we would look in that request for proposal to see if there's room for the expansion of recruiting and retaining psychiatrists in the state. But the primary goal would be to have a technology platform, to have a product that these various customers, like I mentioned, providers, courts, human service providers, et cetera, that could go onto a platform easily, see if there's an in-state psychiatrist that can provide that service either immediately or on schedule, on a regular schedule, before we or that provider has to look out of state to get that type of service. So this would be an idea that we would bid out. We don't have it ready to go, ready to fund if the vote was yes here, but we would seek out what that technology platform could look like.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
Stefan, just a question about the telehealth budget. I guess I don't get why it would cost $3 million or what the money would be spent on. Can't you just use Zoom video and click the privacy switch so that you've got the privacy you need? I mean, why does doing that cost $3 million?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, it's a great question. I'm not, the $3 million is more of a swag than anything to have a budget, but it's really less related to the technology itself that facilitates telehealth or telepsych, and more about a platform very similar to what you see in medical scheduling. There's a lot of companies that do this where health systems or providers or even members of the community can go onto a platform and get or schedule that type of service. That would really be what we're looking for. And with our in-state psychiatrists, both in the public sector and in the private sector, I think there would potentially be supply here in Wyoming for those types of providers that might want additional business. This would be an idea to facilitate that, less the actual telehealth technology, if that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, just a brief follow-up.
Go ahead.
Doesn't every medical office already have a scheduling platform? I mean, they schedule their patients already. I just don't understand the great leap required here. I don't get it. I mean, not saying it's not true. I just don't understand why you need an extra $3 million for it.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, the answer to your question is yes and no. Obviously, hospitals, other types of larger providers do quite often have their own scheduling software or partner with vendors to facilitate that. There are customers for psychiatric services, like in the DFS world, in the Title 25 or Title 7 world, where that's not the case. These are, legal practices or courts that I think this product could benefit. In addition, There's not what was provided to us from some of the stakeholders that wanted to look at a larger investment in telepsychiatry or telehealth was that often does not exist. And even if the provider had a platform to do scheduling, the access to a psychiatrist is just not always there. This would be consolidating some resources to build that on a technology platform. So the state makes the investment in the product and we try to grow it over the years that we have access to these funds to serve those customers. Again, I think a lot of this would have to be flushed out in what we see in proposals and what we're trying to accomplish.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
So I share Representative Stiss' confusion. I spent a summer in Laramie 2 years ago, and I needed to go to the barber, and they had an app for that, where you could look on the app and see which barbers were available for what time and schedule it on your phone. I don't know why psychiatrists couldn't do the same thing. And then I have toured some hospitals where they do have contracts with telepsychiatry, and it's not their preferred solution. It's a stopgap, but there are private sector companies that do this kind of work. So I'm still not getting it. Tell me how this is going to improve on what we've already got.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Senator Kinski, my answer will be a little bit philosophical. I think you're right. This could be a private sector delivery that the market should create this. But for a lot of these customers, it hasn't for whatever reason. The state would be investing to start this and potentially in the future hand it over to the private sector. If there was a platform where Wyoming psychiatrists could have a place to go to advertise their services to these folks in high need, courts, human service providers, smaller medical providers that need these type of neuropsych evaluations or psychiatric evaluations, and the provider could ultimately charge for that, then what the state has done is invested in the infrastructure to facilitate that. But your point's well taken. A lot of these, there are, in theory, market mechanisms that could handle it, but in this case, it really hasn't. And we see this, I deal with it on a daily or even weekly or even daily basis where a provider around in somewhere interior Wyoming is not able to find a psychiatrist, and we have someone sitting in jail awaiting a hearing, and we just can't facilitate that psychiatric evaluation within a timely manner. This would be an attempt to address that.
Thank you.
Okay, we still got 3 to go. We're just out of time. So I hate to, you can zoom back in if that would be convenient to you.
Mr. Chairman, I was planning to be here this afternoon.
All right.
No problem.
All right. We appreciate that. Appreciate that. We're running up against time. We've got to grab a bite to eat, and there's some folks outside in the hall. They need to talk to the chairman and I. So anyway, we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock or thereabouts, after you can gobble down your lunch and take care of your whatever emergency